go.
Last time. Who wants to explain the fun they had with that magical fresco?
Well, more importantly, it was to lose directorial debut.
That sounds like Lou just volunteered.
And in true Lou fashion, he spent it performing on stage instead.
Well, there was some really good art that in retrospect was kind of hacky.
It's actually kind of shit.
His art is shit.
These aren't even proper fucking dwarves. They're too long. But yes, we got ourselves into the vault, which included a rope and pulley system to bring down the facsimile of a unicorn down a 30-foot shaft, which somehow after we got through the door resulted in the room above us being like 60 foot tall, despite us being only 30 foot below ground.
Dwarven bullshit.
Room has no windows.
Oh,
It gets worse when you start looking at how long the stairs are.
I get that, but it's just... This doesn't fucking fit.
Oh, it's gonna get even more interesting with the room I'm about to explain, but yeah.
At least we went down. I don't think we went down enough. So I'm pretty sure we're like where we should be coming through would be just to the side of the main gallery.
Well, you see, that's the problem with your regular human races. It always has to make sense. If a dwarf wanted this pit to be 60 feet, it's going to be 60 feet, regardless of what's on top.
Don't you try and bullshit this. We know perfectly well what the result of this is, and it's fucking booze.
Of course there's booze.
You got drunk, you probably pissed on the blueprints, and now you've had to build it all squiggly.
And
Is that in feet or inches? Who the fuck cares? Just keep digging.
You know the real problem is somebody started using elven measurements instead of dwarven measurements. Things got screwy.
That's because of a contractor.
Yeah.
And they crashed an entire probe into another planet. Well,
yes, the party were almost about to have a very, very bad day, as slightly under half a party originally, now about a quarter of a party at the present capacity, were enchanted by the fresco, which is a one-time bullshit thing.
Yes.
And my turn almost came up, and there was going to be a very loud thunder wave at full power.
That would have been great.
Then we
all I
saw
had to use was a level 1 spell slot.
Yep. No, you did a cantrip.
No, he used command.
It's like a real dick.
But you also managed to get a vicious mockery off on Jarlaxle.
He's not happy about that.
Then we scaled upstairs, beat the piss out of a black pudding, and dealt with some fragile bridges, which included the druid becoming a spider for a portion.
Really
Still
big.
is. Still clinging to the ceiling right now above one of the party, probably the other dwarf.
You're forgetting the best part, the fact that Lou failed to jump across the gap.
Yes, there was a point where it was a 5-foot gap, and Lou just fucking plummeted. Like, he didn't even get to take off. It's a case of he put too much pressure on the flimsy edge he was on and just fell.
That was a diving board. Turns out it was not very flexible.
Oh, it was on the landing, but the ground underneath him crumbled as he landed, and he slid and fell down 60 foot.
Imagine it's one of those cases of where a cat is on a surface that is too smooth and it's trying to do a jump a gap and they just go.
Yeah, Lou's legs spread out exactly that same way.
All Jarlaxle just sees is Lou dropping, and he just goes, "Please don't tell me he's dead."
As convenient as that would be.
It's worse. He's yours.
It's like, oh no, he'll have to use the diamond already.
I mean, you were brought below half health, weren't you?
I think 3 or 4 health left, something like that.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately it was Saloon's boots, which means you can't stick a fucking landing.
You know, I should probably like get these repaired. You know, clearly there's no more tread on the bottom. I need to get that replaced.
After the elite drow assassin kept slipping off of the roof. Oh. But yes, you figured out the puzzles. You went down. And you are now down in the entry hallway. Jarlaxle and crew have decided to stay up and have not immediately gone down into the vault. And you are now down in this hallway.
Alright, for fun, let's about face. Auric, Lou, on you go.
I think if it's a race, Horik's gonna win.
It's not a race.
Also, another point, even though you have continued to go down, you swear you can see rays of sunlight coming in through the other room. At either end of the hall.
I wonder if we can actually get out through there.
Okay, I'm looking at the dwarf, saying apparently this is dwarvish area, and asking him, "What the fuck did your people do?"
It turns
Is
turns
this
out in the street
normal
above us there's just this
dwarven
very blank-looking office block with suspicious fake windows.
What do you mean?
Mr.
got-
Legit's fronty office.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna. Hang on. No, there's an important thing to do before we start moving in anywhere. Comedy rolls.
It's
I was
not a
about to say-
comedy role for you. Some of you can
Here's
achieve.
my question.
Mhm.
Are you having this conversation right where you are?
Yes.
Okay.
Where else would we be having it?
I say
Ooh.
I say, you know, let's just let's send Congo ahead and let him do all the work.
Are we doing comedy? We're doing comedy.
Might as
Yeah.
well.
Boom! Kago will go ahead and be very stealthy.
Fuck you, Bjorn.
Is
Finally.
Gaddix even- you know what? I'm gonna see what Gaddix rolls.
What?
on.
I can't hear you over the goddamn dog.
Fucking right, you can't hear me. That's the point.
Hold on! I'll try to quiet him down.
Why am I
As
being
you
quiet?
all-
Everyone else
Bangs
speaks
the
loud.
hammer.
As you all are having this conversation, out of the dusty gloom steps an aged dwarf, clutching a staff carved and painted to resemble a pair of entwined dragons, one
had-
red, one gold.
You had to piss on the
Despite-
good stealth roll, didn't you? You had to make it worthless.
Despite the dwarf's age, his eyes are steady and bright. I wasn't expecting anyone, he says plainly. As you can see, the place is a mess. Perhaps you should come back later after I've tidied up a bit.
Well,
No,
since
it's
we've
all
got...
right. We're not too fancy.
Aye, weren't expecting to see anyone inside the place either. At least not living or sentient, and that's just
I
expecting
found the
like
problem.
animated
He
bodyguards
releases
or
the steam
whatnot.
valve from Kago.
He shakes his head. No, it is just me for the most part. Barak Clanghammer.
Do you get up top very often?
No, I live down here.
Like Neverember's Last Watchman.
Ah, you're speaking about him. Well, no, this is my home.
Well, I was going to say commission, but I think in this case, commandeered the vault, at least slap the door on.
I have control over that. If I wanted, I could open and shut the door.
Well, I wouldn't question that, but
But if I'm not mistaken, Neverember has not been in this city for quite a long time.
not him, no. Progeny, aye, but luckily he's very different from his dad.
Yeah, Rainier's a good guy.
Exactly, like night and day.
Well, either way, it is lovely to see some visitors, but I suppose you all should probably head home. I don't necessarily want people digging about my things.
Well, I mean, we're not here in intention to trespass as such, but unfortunately, we're going to have to be here for a little bit out of here, though.
You cut out there. What was the last bit?
Just trying to stay out of his hair.
Well, I'm afraid this is my home, and I am asking you to leave. If you wish to come back, maybe we could arrange a date.
Hear that, Bjorn? You got a date.
I mean, that's not the worst idea, potentially.
How can you even tell what date it is down here?
I have ways.
They're fucking dwarves.
I mean, there's lots of magic. I mean, that mural was something else.
Would you like to discuss it over tea?
No, thank you. I'm quite sufficient.
What about coffee? He holds up a cup.
No, thank you. I do appreciate the offer.
More for me then.
Well, I didn't even want to bring it out this early on, but Lou, come on, it's our moment to shine after all. Shine it.
We can prove that we have noble intentions if that might expedite the meeting.
It might
What are your
complicate things a wee bit,
intentions?
but So Neverember stashed a huge hoard here.
Did he?
Apparently. Illicit funds he was looking to use for future endeavours and that there. We were looking to eventually haul it up. It'll take a fair wee while. Reimburse for the good of the city, whereas we are captains of a watch at this point.
Mm-hmm. And it is the city's money, and they know they want it back. They did ask us to find it.
What makes you think that Neverember has stashed gold here? And that it belongs to somebody other than Neverember?
I mean, I'm sure it belonged to a lot of people before Neverember got a hold of it.
That is the thing about most wealth. It belonged to somebody else before it was obtained.
But in this case, a lot of it seems to have come from... I mean, last we heard, of course, was from various bits and pieces of Waterdeep itself. Drained the city it had in order to give himself a nice little coffer for later.
And you intend to acquire it and give it to yourself?
No, the return to the city. We're doing this partly under orders of the Open Lord herself, Laryl Silverhand.
Who told you that there is any gold here?
Surprisingly, a few people. It's not that well kept a secret. Also, this rock.
He has a recognition of the rock.
And we had a hell of a time getting a hold of it. They were being carried around by one of Neverember's men. He got fucking detonated by a construct. Then there was a tag team of King Q, a bunch of Zents and Xanathar ones fighting it out. Bit of a palaver.
Well, maybe we should have a more thorough conversation. Follow me.
I don't mind a bit of muss and dust. We could clear up as well.
No, that's not needed. And he starts down the hall.
I can't clean for
Deal.
shit.
As he leads you out into the larger area. And although this area is deep underground, the vault is lit by streams of sunlight that pour down from the ceiling, catching motes of dust in their luminous pools. Ornate columns support a 30-foot-high vaulted ceiling, which is adorned with carvings of dwarves basking in the presence of their gods. Deep alcoves line the walls, and piled in one of them is a vast golden trove. There are also
Okay,
in another alcove is also a pile of what seems to be dwindling gemstones. Not very many. But he does turn around and looks at you all, says, "Well, you've come about the gold, yes?"
Hi.
That's the only thing we were sent to.
And what do they
specifically
call
what
it
the city
here
looked
in
for.
what do we call hot here in Waterdeep? A pile of dragons.
Yes, they do call those here. Call them that here. He leans slightly against his staff. So, last I heard, this gold is only allowed to be distributed to somebody who Never Ember sent, and you just said that you were not sent by Never Ember.
True. But then again, we were going to be sent by him. As said,
But yeah,
as said, the agent was coming to our place to bang on the door and ask for help, but he got blown up by a fireball.
You said his agent, but does Dagalt Never Ember know what you were going to be doing? Or was he simply trying to move the stone back to Dagalt?
Can't say.
probably knows about it by now, but he hasn't.
The questions we
works
were
out.
asking were mainly about who did he see as attacker and what was his bloody name to begin with.
Well, this is an awful lot of gold to just be sitting about and be handing about.
Ah, well, we weren't going to just put it in a bag and carry it out.
Yeah, Kago has several gold holds that we could use.
What's the plan?
Can we take this whole vault with us? Because it's obviously not entirely real. Looking up at the ceiling.
It is dwarven architecture. It is very masterfully done. You're doubting dwarven craftsmanship? I would think that your friend...
doubting it.
Yes. Your friend here would be happy to inform you that, no, dwarves are capable of doing quite interesting things. And this is definitely from the time of Delzoon.
Pretty sure the fucking sun was way to the left when we came down here. Not directly above.
And we should be on the street by now.
Oh no, this is about... At this point, you're at least 90 foot below ground.
Or the sewers are under mountain. There's quite a lot beneath the city, come to think of it.
If you really build up, it'd be interesting.
But point is, you are not Dagult. You have not been authorized by Dagult. Therefore, you are not authorized to take the gold.
There is also the issue of there's a vault of Waterdeep with Waterdeep's money, and the Open Lord requested that we find it and recover it.
Daggett was in the same station, I believe, when he started away here.
He's buggered off. He's now Regent of Neverwinter, I think. I don't think he wanted a proper title.
I know he's not been in the city for a very long time. But also, when this gold was put here, it was not put here as gold for Waterdeep. This is Never Ember's personal funds.
But was it rightfully his when he stashed it? This could be a mound of stolen goods for all we know.
But you do not know?
That's very likely, though.
I'm sure we could get paperwork to see where he was drawing money from.
He knows
Must have been
not.
written down.
Knows not, does he?
It is common, at least for the individuals who've been in Waterdeep. You know that Never Ember did pilfer from the till on more than one occasion.
But who hasn't? I mean, that's not an admission of guilt. You can't prove
I was
anything.
about to say, when was
Sounds
the
like-
last time you were servicing the till?
It's a custodian. Maybe I
And with
drink a
this
little
one
bit more.
neat trick, all the revenue goes directly into Kago's mouth.
But he was a proud custodian. Maybe he drunk a little bit more bleach than the others, but it was fine. It wasn't hurting the company.
Either way, I will point out that as far as I know, this gold is Never Ember's, and there is no authorization to just give it up to the city of Waterdeep.
Oh, I guess we could always call in Lateral herself.
Yeah, we could get some papers together if that would help. We are, after all, watch captain.
Zzz.
May I see those badges?
Yeah, sure.
I'm a shield captain. how did you get this job? Yeah.
He looks, and you can see he's kind of idly fidgeting with the staff a little bit. Hmm. Interesting. Well, and you can see he's thinking rather hard. Give me a persuasion check.
I can provide you bardic inspiration.
Do you not have persuasion?
I have a plus. Oh yeah, I do have a +7.
Yeah, I'll give you assistance. I got a +5.
Although it's a +5 better than a +7 if I give you a D8 to roll on top.
Yes.
You can give yourself to. Can't you give yourself inspiration?
No, that's a high
No,
level
don't think so,
bard
yeah.
feature.
Ah.
Might be a certain subclass also.
Well, it's somewhere in the like upper 5s, somewhere around there.
Please? Can we have the gold?
That's
Did you
your
just
fucking
say it
approach.
like that, or
Why?
are you making the argument that these are
As
the
officials
gold?
of Waterdeep, we'd like to reclaim
Yes,
the
yes.
stolen gold from the city
Yeah, I know Lou's not actually saying please.
to be taken
Maybe
up
that
to the
helps.
open and the masked lords to be distributed.
You can see he's watching, he's thinking about it, and you can see this dwarf looks pained about something. He's fidgeting. Finally, he just gives a very big sigh. I know you're right. Very well. The gold, and only the gold, is yours. Now, I will point out the gemstones are not yours. Those were my payments for watching the vault. They are mine. And they are not
Okay.
included in this, alright?
Yeah, we'll sort them all out and just take the gold.
Aye, we're just here for the coin.
Very well. Then I suppose this matter is concluded. I should wait for individuals to collect it, or do you plan on trying to collect it yourself?
I think we have people coming.
I mean, we got Mate who's got some magical assistance that could relieve some of it, but it is going to take a lot of work.
Yes, it should take some time to put all of that. And you do see, let me actually pull out a marker just so that it's there.
I know I'm about to see your fingers tense up here, but we'd also like to get a look at that staff.
He pauses and, pardon? And the alcove with the red square, that's the one where all the gold is.
Mm-hmm.
And the gemstones have the purple circle. What do you wish to look at my staff for?
This one's more personal than the gold.
Well, no, it's also about the protection of the city in this case.
That staff comes immediately up against him.
Aye. Figured as much.
This is also my payment for doing this job.
It's also, from what
Okay.
I've heard, the only thing stopping and allowing dragons from coming in and out of the city.
Correct.
Which is quite an important aspect of the city's defense.
I'm aware. That's why it needs to be with somebody who won't cause issue.
And in Harton's mind, there's just a little portrait of a shit-faced, grinning drow. That is someone of issue. Very
also-
much so.
Yeah. But hey, let's think about this. Actually, what are you gonna do? Are you, now that the gold's gone? Are you gonna stay here with your gems for now, along with the staff? What's your plan?
I hadn't thought that far. At minimum, I would probably acquire my gems and find some place to stay.
Okay. So potentially there could be a separate business arrangement regarding the staff if you got something of equal value.
No. The staff is mine. If the city needs it for reasons, I can And he tries to think of a wording of this. Maybe I can offer my services to use the staff for something they need, but the staff is mine.
Not sure
It
how
has been given to me.
it has been, but again, like the gold, has it been given under full proper ownership? Neverember had sticky fingers for most of his career. They've only gotten mud filthy.
He was acting in the position of open lord when he gave it to me.
Aye, he is no
might have
longer
actually-
the open lord, though.
It might not have been his worst call ever, though, all things considered.
Aye, I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's just a case of, at this point, it might need a reevaluation by both open lord and the current Blackstaff.
Again, you all, somebody give me one persuasion check.
Shall I do it this time with a inspiration dice,
Yeah, I'll throw a D8 your way.
or do you want to do your +7 and risk it again?
Nah, let's try the other route. +7 was fine. But
I
see, a
don't have a good
+5,
feeling
+8.
about this. I was right not to have a good feeling about this.
You have a D8 though. You can just maybe around.
Did I get an inspiration for a recap?
You would get one, yes. That is the rule.
Good, because I'm gonna fucking need it.
Yeah.
15!
15?
That's enough to convince this guy, who is definitely a dwarf.
But it might not piss him off enough to get us killed.
Because we were told that there's a dragon in this vault, and there's just this little stumpy dwarf. Maybe the dragon's out, right?
The dragon looks at you and just shakes his head and says, "No, I don't think that's how this is going to work. It is my payment, and it was paid to me by the open lord.
By the previous open lord.
A new open lord can't just immediately nullify the deals after service has been rendered.
It's not about nullifying, it's about reevaluating in this case.
And it's not like you would walk away with nothing in exchange. I mean, I'm sure
Like,
something
they might say it's still fair enough that way, but it's also a case of they might want to have a better way of contacting you, for one thing.
I mean, it's also not like it's been just immediately that there is a new open lord of Waterdeep. How long is she again in office now, Laura?
So time's wibbly wobbly because I've just had to retcon a bunch of things.
But we're still talking like
Let's-
decades.
Yeah, let's say, well, no, at this stage it's probably about 15 years.
Hmm.
Or 10, actually. Probably closer to... No, probably sure. No. Probably about 5 years.
Oh, only?
Yeah.
Okay. But that's still not exactly immediately, I'd say.
Yeah. But no. This was given to me by the Open Lord. You can't just immediately... Thank you. Sorry, I was getting coffee delivered. You cannot just take the payment back after the service has been rendered. It was his to give at the time, and it has been given. And
Yep.
I do not see why my payment should be removed. It's not right.
I don't think that's really what we're saying. We're saying if it was given to you, which means now it's yours to give. If something else, if there was a good reason, if it's yours to give, I mean, I'm sure someone else could give you something in return.
It's also a case of it's a very important artifact. It'd be good to have proper channels of communication about it.
This belongs in a museum.
You are allowed one more persuasion.
Who wants to do it?
At advantage? Cause
No.
oh.
Go on, Lou, you got a +7.
I don't get a D8 on top in case things go bad.
Do you want to trust my rolls again? I got a 7 and a 4. Maybe it'll be higher.
I mean,
I
I
had
only have
two
a
good rolls in a row.
+3.
I think
I
we're the
couldn't
top
try to
persuaders here, I think.
I got
Can you
that.
be assisted for advantage?
No.
You're not going to be really assisting because
Uh,
he is watching. This is more of the entire group is making the argument.
I'll tell you what. When I figure out how to mass produce these cargoes, you get 12 of them. I'll sell you a dozen.
Right, I've tagged myself a disadvantage now.
I got this. I'm gonna lean into the we're not stealing from him. We're just gonna maybe trade it route. I got this, guys. Don't believe in me that believes in me.
Oh.
I was gonna fucking click it, man.
Okay, well, shit. I thought you should have said something.
Let's
Still have
just
one more
see if it
shade.
would have been better. It would have been better.
Barely.
I'm better than you all somehow.
The
Fucking
cargo
hell.
thing really would have worked.
Well, we're not getting that
This game-
bonus payout.
Yeah, this game is bullshit.
As
Well,
you
just
all
then-
are hearing this argument, there is a sound of something coming down into the hall. And Bernard, you're the one who gets to see it first in your spider form. You see a silver-haired woman come on down and walk on down, and you all recognize the Open Lord of Waterdeep, Laeral Silverhand.
Hello,
Da-
boss.
da- 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 da.
And she looks and says, "It appears you all needed some help."
Found the thing.
I just give a look at the
Yes.
just handily arriving Open Lord of Waterdeep. You're really gonna go for this?
Yeah.
Fucking
And-
really?
You see,
not
she
totally
looks at you
convinced.
all and says, specifically, she's looking between Lou and Harton,
Mm-hmm.
and she says, "I noticed that your badges stopped telling me where you were. I came to investigate because I was concerned. Did you know that you had some individuals who tailed you down here?"
I didn't see anybody. Did you see that mural though? That thing was a fucking piece of work.
I didn't spend much time looking at it.
I did.
Either way, you need to be
Don't
a
worry,
little
guys.
bit more
Good
careful.
lying. I didn't look at that thing at all.
The situation has been resolved. And she pushes her way up to the front. And to the dwarf, just says, "I am Laeral Silverhand, the Witch Queen of Stornator, Lady of the North, she of the Seven Sisters, chosen of Mistra, and Open Lord of Waterdeep.
Do you want to do the one
And
from
I
Neverwinter
have-
Nights as well?
I am Lady Erebeth de Tilmaran, Paladin of Tyr, in the service of the city of Neverwinter." No,
You did
I
that
di-
too
I-
well.
I didn't even
please
do the whole
don't.
thing.
Yeah.
I'm not doing the whole thing of that.
But you know
Um,
it. You can.
Yeah, I hate that I can. But yes, she looks and says, "I believe I have every right to demand that staff back for Waterdeep. It should never have been given away in the first place. It belongs in Waterdeep. And it belongs to Waterdeep." And
It's one of those things that is absolutely critical to the defense of the city, and it just wind up in some single unaffiliated person's hands could be incredibly dangerous.
And I will stress, I am not saying, good sir, that you are untrustworthy. I am saying that the city should be the one making the decisions on if you are trustworthy. And it should be up to the city. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Fucking knew it.
I have Kago make a loud distracting noise so that he gets never stop.
I would. Oh my god! I can't believe that's so close.
Oh,
we're
that was that was butt punching.
However, does he not have true sight?
Does he?
What are you doing? Shut up. Yeah.
No, he has blind sight.
He has a second sword.
Oh
He has blind
Wait.
sight, not true sight.
damn.
What a shitty dragon. I mean, dwarf.
Yeah.
Because obviously, there's definitely a dragon who's just on holiday here.
Yeah.
He left the dwarf to look after the place.
Yeah, I had to double check that. Actually, also to mention, did he have advantage on that? Because he has a ring, and I can't remember what that ring does. Where is it? It doesn't matter because he got it anyways. But
I'm gonna say I think it's a moot point because
it's a moot point.
win number.
But
Bigger number, better person.
Yeah,
In the
the
Dragon's
actual really.
defense, he has been holding up his steel rather well, protecting the vault.
he has. Which is why I will make the argument that he should definitely be remaining in the city. I'm fully aware of what you are, good sir. You
Like we
don't
s-
have to keep pretending.
Like we say, it's a reevaluation. It's not a rescindance. It's just there's new management in charge. It's time to look over the details once again.
And to keep the safe city overall, it's the goal.
The dragon has a waffle. And you can tell he really doesn't want to give up
Where
the
did he
staff.
give a Where did he get a waffle? I want
Martin
one.
taking the few moments that he's looking away from Laurel, just look at Laurel and just go, "You, for fuck's sake, really?"
Yeah, we're the good guys. And just me and Martin. We're the good guys. Sure, these other guys are good too.
Horrocks currently looking at his backpack, wondering how the hell that dragon got hold of his lunch.
Yeah, it was actually a fairy dragon. It was just invisible.
I will need one deception roll from somebody in the party.
Oh, guys, let me do it. Please let me do it.
Do you have anything in it?
I have +10.
Of course, the only fucking thing you've got is lying.
Yeah. Lou is, despite appearances, really good at lying.
He'll lie for you. He'll
It
do
is
it.
not against the 27, I will point out. Because
Okay.
Jarlax
It's
will
worse.
beat the 27. This is a. Does he think that all of you are on the same page here?
Also, this would be a good time for me to mention, I forgot, I can't go below a 10 on persuasion or deception rolls.
That's
I'm an
okay.
eloquence bard.
Fucking bards.
You
man.
barely went above it.
So here is at least a 20.
There you go.
We're the
Yep.
good guys.
You can see it pains him, and he just. Can you promise me that I will not be expelled from the city and my exemption will not be rescinded?
Why,
And
I can't.
why
pro-
would we have it? You're
Aye.
doing a good job.
Yeah, you're a good guy.
I
Like
can't
you.
promise centuries ahead, but very likely you'll be allowed to stay.
Just don't attack anybody.
You've not been a disruptive problem. You're not gonna sally forth for Neverember's cause. You're just doing a job.
And Layrel also gives a little bit of a nod and says that staff, the whole purpose is to make exceptions to the Dragon Ward. Obviously, as long as you still stay out of the public eye and people are unaware that you're here, I don't see why we would ever want to remove that.
Well,
I do
you
not
spend money at our bar.
Also, good job on little sneaky bit. Also, good job on Wish. Nice lad.
You get the little the little fairy dragon. I mean, he still has his natural tendencies, but
Good
he's
heart
a
too.
good one at heart.
Right.
Yes, I agree. Very well. I suppose.
As
Yes.
all three of us are prying the fucking staff out of his hands while he's talking. Fucking give it here.
It takes a little moment. He relinquishes it, and you see Lairel's hand is just going out immediately to grab that.
Fucking love to stamp on his foot to just to calm it down.
Well, it appears we have ourselves in a standoff. As both Harton and Layer are.
Yeah, Harden will smoothly reach out for it instead of running his fucking hands forward like a giddy kid. And then present it to Laryl. In a more official looking way, because obviously that's Laryl's silver hand.
Yeah, she's our
clearly.
boss.
Don't fucking grin.
Why, thank you, Harton. And thank you, and your actual name is? And the dwarf just gives a sigh. Aranax. I am Aranax.
It's not a very dwarven name, actually.
No, it is not.
No, I don't think it is.
I'm humouring him, and I've got the feeling here. There was meant to be a big bloody dragon in this lair to defend it. I can pretty much assume that the one living creature here might be in some sort of magical disguise.
I'm a dragon.
Some
That's what I
people
can
are
do.
able. Some people are very capable of showing up in those sorts of things.
You know, there's even lots of magical artifacts out there you could put on to make yourself look different.
Well, thank you for not being a room full in terror.
Enjoy all those shiny gems.
All right. I can. Do you want me to show you out?
It's not entirely necessary, but sure.
A
Very
more
well.
convenient path would be appreciated.
Would you like to come to our bar and enjoy a good drink?
He kind of waffles a little bit and just says, "Well, I suppose it's
First
been
one's
a
free.
while."
Be good for you to see how the city is, walk around. And
Plus, it's a
we
cool
hope to have
dragon you
Wish
can
there
meet.
later tonight.
I am. Yes, I would not be opposed to that.
Wonderful. What type of ale do you like so we can have some prepared?
About one-eyed jacks.
No, we need to, he can be a taste tester for our new honey mead.
No.
Oh, give him something good that's assured.
We're
Anyway,
getting-
we can
we're
discuss it
getting
more.
some- Yeah.
Could even do a nice line of green tea.
Layrel does not look like she's tweaked to that.
But you
Right,
got a nicer path that's not over crumbling bridges.
Yeah, my legs still hurt.
Unfortunately, no. That is the only way in and out.
Ah.
I gotta ask, so the unicorn, the drow hand thing, was that just all bullshit?
That, as far as I know, and this is from what Neverember told me, that was something that was installed at the time of the Delzoon. That's not something new from him.
That is a fascinating collection of objects, then.
The idea was to make it incredibly hard to come down here.
Yeah,
Obviously.
I almost cut off my hands.
Yes, that would have been rather terrible. I'm glad that you managed to find either an already dead drow or one that didn't need a hand.
Oddly enough, I ran into quite a few of them. Well before we got to the city, in fact. Just a predominance of dead drow, but they were still moving around. Nasty fucks.
Why did it even
Oh.
have to be cut off?
I do not know. You'd have to ask the people who made it, and I was not here when that happened.
Well,
I'll
the-
mostly be thinking that most drow would not be willing to cut off their own hands in order to get into a big vault.
could also point out, dwarves made it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well,
That's true.
well, the thing about this is most drow wouldn't hesitate cutting someone else's drow hand off.
Aye, but you'll probably be lucky and they'll probably just start murdering each other in an effort to be who is the one who's going to be delivering their hand for others to have success.
Sounds like that
Fair
fucking
enough.
head of Vecna story we talked about.
He just gives a little bit of a shrug, but no, unfortunately, there's not a better way out.
That's alright, let's get hoofing it then. It'll do you good to stretch your legs a bit more thoroughly.
I suppose, yes.
You
And
only
you
have
all,
4 legs?
as a dragon, yes.
So despite having a thumb, you count it as a foot.
And I have wings.
I don't have any of that stuff, except 2 legs.
That's because you are drow.
Yeah.
Just about.
Also a halfling.
You are not a halfling.
Well, not a blood
should see what
mix,
I
but
eat.
he got raised by them.
I'll show you how much I can eat when you come to the bar.
He laughs. He gives you a pat on the back. Really, it's more a pat on the, little top of your back. You can't get all the way up to your shoulder
The
easily.
buttocks, just say it.
No. It's the upper back. But Lou,
That sounds like a cop out.
oh boy, that was a heavy pat. It reminds you of Athrogate, but a little bit stronger.
Well, good, because we beat Afrogate. Lou managed to overpower him, remember?
I remember that. That was hysterical. You managed to outroll him in the arm wrestling.
To be fair, he was
He's
doing it
used to it.
one-handed. Lou, I mean. That's what confused him. Put him off balance.
But, right, let us be off, I suppose.
Aye.
And
Yeah, what's the only beyond that lost against him?
I think
Barely, though. It was very close.
Yeah. Most of us actually made that roll.
So. All right. So, and
Didn't
Aranax
Usana do
comes
that?
up.
Managed to roll as well?
I can't remember.
Did Usana actually arm wrestle Afrogate?
Or was it only the guys?
Don't
I
recall.
don't remember.
That was a while ago.
Mm-hmm. But Harton took him to
But-
the extreme. It was in the high 20s for both of them.
But right. So, please do move yourself up.
But why? Obviously, we're getting right to the exits.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no. There you go.
No, we're in the room.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah,
the
I-
real Laurel
I
didn't
can only
actually lose
scroll
track
so
of our
far, so
beacons.
it's like,
And you do see inside of this room there is the very human Felrect. And you do not see any sign of cribbing.
Oh no, for some reason there's a dead drow at the bottom here. How did that happen?
oh dear. Yeah.
But yes, he does lead you out. Says, oh, you have put up a rope. Well, that would be a more convenient way of doing it.
Well, we had to. This place is falling to bits. Not surprising if it's some proper old dwarven architecture. Never lasts.
And not everyone for us can climb like this one. I point at the big spider.
Trying to see if
That's,
Bjorn takes the bait. Guess not.
I don't think
I
Bjorn
knew that's
heard.
what he was waiting for. I was like,
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear what.
Millennial old dwarven architecture never lasts.
Well, it'll be easier to take care of if there's someone to actually take care of it. Oh, then well, our president party included.
Yes, I would have to admit some of this was already like this when I showed up.
I
And
would
I am not a
imagine.
stonemason.
Any other fun stuff around here?
Oh yeah, I mean, over that way, he gestures over to where B6 is. There was an interesting little bit, but we can discuss this on the way out.
And down the rope.
You all start down the rope.
Now I gotta go find the
that?
fucking main room.
What about that secret room with all the extra stuff?
Didn't you guys loot that?
Yeah,
Thought
he
we-
did.
Okay, I thought we left it for now, but
All right, so hold on.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out where that would put me. Out
It
here?
would put you there. But all right. So everybody, who else is coming down the rope with Harton?
I just dropped cargo.
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go just so Harton can catch me if I fall, which I probably will fall.
So Lou is the one that's currently on the rope then.
Am I falling again?
No. Harton,
Not yet.
Alright.
you have landed on the ground.
Yep.
Give me a perception check.
Oh, what's the lighting situation for him down there?
Well, I have the lantern.
He has the
Oh,
lantern.
okay, you have
yeah.
a lantern. Okay.
You hear some shuffling. And as you drop, you see. Let me get the. No, I don't need everybody. There you go. You see a little tiny eye thing pop out, look at you, and kind of titter as it realizes you see it, and it dips behind the wall again.
Oh, the moment I saw that thing, I would have fucking shot it.
Oh, then give me a shot. I'll let you do one.
I recognize that little shit immediately.
You've been
where's-
had.
Damn.
As that happens, you hear a voice that says, "We don't need to be doing that, sir." And from around the corner, I need to be on the correct look. You see a dwarf kind of pops his head into view. He says, "We don't need to be doing that. We're going to be having a discussion here."
Can there not be anyone who shows up who's at fucking eye level?
Is this the episode where Harton gets punched in the balls?
All right, I'm not going to be handling this.
No,
Look,
it's
good
just a
sir.
joke, Vet.
I know, but it's just like yes.
Just everyone he fucking meets is short arse.
So Lou, you're climbing down the rope, and yeah, you see that some dwarf has shown up.
Right, you got a name, Ben? I'm sure you've been briefed on all of
Amarego.
ours.
Yes, I know every single one of you.
Could you repeat that name?
Seriously fucking doubt that.
Here, let me just spell it.
I'll slide all the way down, I guess, real quick.
Ah, okay, thank you.
No problem.
I absolutely doubt you know all about us.
No, Xanathar has told me.
You enjoyed your breakfast?
Yes, although the entertainment was a little bit drab. And he reaches into his bag, and he pulls out what seems to be a stone statue head. Look familiar. And it does look very familiar to that wonderful gesture that you all
Yep.
know.
Better fucking mate.
And he just kind of lazily tosses it over to you,
Yeah,
just
I'll
so you
catch
can get
that.
a better look.
He was so helpful.
Yeah. It's alright, Xanathar was already bored with him.
I was gonna
So-
hire him, you know?
So what's your little spiel here?
It's very, very simple. Xanathar wants what Xanathar needs. And my friends with me are going to ensure that that happens.
Not again. Why did I come down the ladder first? I'm not even at max health
I
anymore.
mean, is somebody else getting on the rope while this is going on?
I would assume somebody's probably trying to climb down.
I mean, I'm kind of.
Yeah,
at
I
the
just
back
wasn't
here.
sure if we were in kind of initiative or something.
Bernard is probably halfway down the wall with somebody on his back.
Yeah, I imagine once Bjorn starts hearing that, he's just gonna jump onto
A lot of
Bruno's
bugbears.
back.
So you have one shot at this. Are you going to give us what is ours and give us back the stone? Or are we going to have to do things the fun way?
Oh, get fucked!
I mean, do we need the fucking rock anymore?
Give me your
And that's how we
initiative.
die.
There's
Get
a
fucked.
principle in this case, Lou.
I guess the rock is kind of friends with Uzana now, right?
Good luck, everyone else.
Oh, I need
That's
to run away.
bad.
I don't have any good AoE spells. Fucking.
Bugbear.
Look at the bright
I
side.
know-
The
I know-
rest of them will be there to help us immediately.
I'll cast fog. Cloud.
Bjorn will charge into combat.
Gazer.
Thank fuck.
Gazer.
Good, they rolled like shit too.
And then where's
I
Layrol?
hate this game.
Come here.
Yes,
sweet cheeks.
they're all.
Felrect. No, I don't want to adjust your token. I want your token. Thank you. Felrect. Cribbig. Cribbig goes tomorrow.
Well, he knows he has to stealth it.
Yeah, Cribbig goes tomorrow.
The dragon.
I did forget the dragon. Thank you.
I think you might be handy in this fight against, some bugbearers.
Yeah. Yeah, he might. There we go.
I don't think I did it quite right. I'm not included properly.
You forgot to click your token.
Yeah. So, yeah, just click on the token, and then you hit roll initiative. Actually, I can do it for you.
And then you can insert the number.
And then I'll just manually set it. And you roll the 17. Alright, put in 17. Go. All right. Everybody on the tracker.
Looks like it.
Thank God I got coffee.
Auric, it is you first.
Okay. Now, I need clarification here. Does Misty Step include keep my momentum or not?
I would assume yes.
Oh, do you mean if it takes your movement speed away?
No,
Yeah.
he's saying
Yes.
if he jumps down and then Misty steps the rest of the way.
I mean, I guess you would still take half as much damage.
But it is magic.
Yeah. What I would assume is going to keep your momentum, but if you misty step at the beginning, you would only fall half distance.
But what if he does like a long jump and has some
Let him
horizontal
roll
momentum as well?
acrobatics?
I mean, I don't know.
Because rolling is fun. We
All right, let's
should
get a
let him
physics
roll
simulator
something.
out. We're gonna make sure we can do this exactly right.
Let's say, you know what, I'll compromise. You'd only fall about 20 foot instead of the 60.
Okay.
I mean, at this point, I feel we're all obligated to do an Assassin's Creed assassination jump collectively.
I was considering a death from above, yes.
You could land right on that
Yeah.
dwarf's head. Would that soften your fall?
It's a dwarf. They're
I
not
mean,
exactly
I
soft.
had Siegfried break my fall once. How'd that work?
I mean, you didn't
mean, it
kill
worked
the
well for
cleric.
you.
You were very close.
I know. I had a 50-50 chance. Oh, missed
No,
opportunities.
it was much less than that.
Yeah, but it's just missed opportunities, man. I could have killed Rain then and there,
Yep.
saved us all this trouble,
Unfortunately,
and
I
it
think
even
the
would have looked
dwarf
like an
is-
accident, so she can't get mad at me.
She would have got mad at you.
She's perpetually mad at me. We're married. That's how it works.
I think the dwarf is the only thing I can get to anyway, with a line of sight as I go over the edge. So yes, let's do this.
Well,
I'm
these
going
aren't
to-
pillars. These are the chunks of collapsed bridge.
No, those are the pillars.
Those are pillars?
You can still probably see
Okay.
him.
Those are
from where he
pillars.
Yeah,
is.
okay. Apparently,
let me-
I'm not conceptualizing this map
Yeah,
correctly.
let
then.
me conceptualize it. Cribbig, you have to move here.
Okay, so these are the
Valorek,
supporting
you also
pillars.
have to move here. Yeah, those are the supporting pillars. Like, effectively, we're talking about up ahead, above you all.
Yeah.
This is where the bridges are.
So about here is your bloodstain, Lou.
Okay, okay, so I get it now. Yeah, we're on the
Yeah.
bridges above, and then okay.
Yeah, you all are above. 60
Yeah,
foot above.
that helped. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Let's do this because hey, you only live once, possibly. So I'm gonna try and jump off the edge, Misty Step, and Goomba Stomp our dwarven friend.
I don't know, in the Forgotten Realms that has been factually proven incorrect. You do get to
I
live
was gonna
multiple
say.
times. If you're important.
I gotta do this shit again.
If you caught the attention of a god who was particularly bored.
Okay, so what do you want me to roll for this?
It's weird that they've never covered death
Acrobatics.
from above style attacks in the rules.
Yeah.
Considering how often it
right.
can come up.
I'm going to make a couple. You're going to get a couple here. Acrobatics to see if you can actually land on top of him.
Well, this is going badly.
You miss. So, did you try to Misty Step to limit your...
Yeah. Misty Step was had.
And so it was 20 foot, so that was 1d10 per 10 feet, was it?
1d6 per 10 feet.
1d6. Okay, so 2d6 damage.
Yeah, looking at some homebrew, a lot of them use acrobatics.
And you'll be landing next to
Yikes.
him.
supposed to roll low.
Oh, 1 second. We're just moving you over. Loop.
I mean, he actually did use D6 this time,
Mhm.
Yeah.
just not for a skill check.
Yeah. See, he's good at rolling the first 6 of the dice. Yeah. It's the other half of that 20 where we get trouble.
Okay, so anything else you're going to be doing as you go, as a very, very surprised dwarf suddenly finds a halfling in front of him?
Screaming loudly, incoherently.
Why is the halfling screaming?
He broke his leg.
No, he didn't break his leg.
Why
He's
should
only
the
10
halfling
damage.
scream? If you were if you were him, you would be screaming too. Yeah.
Why wouldn't the halfling be screaming?
Yeah.
If you were smart, you would too.
Yeah.
So,
I, lo-
nothing
I love
else?
that.
I'm hoping this at least causes such surprise that everybody's on disadvantage for next round.
Everybody, including us, the rest
Nice
of us.
try.
Because that
Well-
would lead to some comedy.
The dwarf is non-mechanically surprised. Now, Bjorn, are you on the spider, which is trying to climb down the wall?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move you over here. So that I can make the mental note of that. Aranax is on the bridge. He's looking down. And he has a moment, and he looks at the only other person on the bridge, and then just asks, "Will you be fine?" And she nods. And let me go get that other token. Kribig, get out of my way. Elric, get out of my way. I need to go in the GM layer.
Garlaxo said this many times.
Lou, out of my way.
Mostly that one.
Now get out of my way. The GM is about to make a mockery of her own design.
This section of the bridge, it now has a very big dragon, and it cannot hold a very big dragon.
I mean, no plan
And
survives
it
first
collapses.
contact.
Hang on. If the bridge, like, I would have come down from the rope, so I'm not underneath that bridge. Unlike Lou, I had to move underneath it.
God, no!
Oh, weird.
I'll say that Lou could have moved probably because the rope would have been over.
Be-
here.
No,
in
make him
reference to
roll
the same place.
acrobat.
There you
Make
go, yeah.
people roll. I like rolling because rolling is funny. It can kill us.
Oof.
Did you say boof? I know a moon penguin.
Oof.
Moon penguin. Oh, poof.
You die first.
And the dragon kind of does a little bit of a hover above y'all's heads. And he comes around to try to deal with some of this stuff over here. Lou, you and Harton just had a dragon go over your head. You also were pelted with pebbles coming from up above.
Experience, huh, Harton? That's a new one.
Probably going to become more common in the future.
So hey, I have an idea. Hey RNX, can I cast enlarge on you to make you even bigger? I think that'd be funny.
You can, I just don't think it's the best thing for you to do. I'll handle these, no problem.
Gets crit by several bugbears, fucking dies.
You should take and lose health.
They have the power,
Okay.
they have the chance, they could do it. Because bugbears
Okay.
are bullshit.
Yes,
Yeah, no, they're totally balanced and never one-shot anybody.
they're really good at playing basketball.
It's not happened thrice, I think, in our gaming experience. But hey, Vernon survived.
Vernon also was caught in a rope for like 5 rounds.
It was more than that, it was like 7, it was ridiculous.
He tried, sort of. And anyway,
Yes.
I guess
Yep.
instead of making the giant dragon, which is already a big target, bigger, hey Harton, can I cast enlarge on you to make you a bigger target in front of me, in front of the bugbears?
Oh, that's a fucking wonderful reason and a motive.
Also, it'd be kind of cool.
If you want to, go ahead.
I love this spell. Just because I didn't cast Fog Cloud.
I know that's following.
I mean, I think if I'm gonna go behind the bugbears, hit him with the fog cloud. Yeah. I can't. Blind sight's really handy.
6'6" now doubled up to 13.
How high are the bridges above?
60 foot.
Oh, okay.
And I guess I'm gonna use my last inspiration to be a dick. After I hide behind this. Hey, dwarf man. Fuck you.
That's the best you got?
Yeah. Because this isn't even actually damaging. It's just inconvenient for him.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll roll it now.
Should probably point out that I'm going to be casting spells.
Oh, good. So he has -8 in his next saving
Yeah, don't forget the part though where this is a crumbling bit.
throw.
Uzana,
Mhm.
the bridge has collapsed. You see the open lord of Waterdeep is currently falling 60 foot down to the ground.
Big fucking quotation marks there. Hope his hat didn't come off. Her hat. She's not wearing a hat, it's a crown. It's a circlet, really.
Actually, we'll make this really big. It's her hair.
It has to be done magically.
Well, I wish I had Featherfall, but I don't.
Landing
So
on
that's
Heart
gonna be a
actually would be a
problem.
good option.
I was hoping to jump on his shoulders.
The rope is still there.
I mean,
The-
the
the
spider's
main-
also still there.
Yeah. It's because the spider's
so
on the
what-
wall.
What part of the bridge has fallen away?
Pretty much here. Let me mark it up.
Because I need to know
Um,
if these two are basically standing in the only place where I can look down.
It's pretty much this section here.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Layrell, move over. There we go.
I can look down. Let's see. Sweetie, is there anyone I should be targeting?
I mean, there's that shifty dwarf, but there's also a big buttload of bugbears that could do with a bashing.
Difficult to see the bugbears, but I can see the shitty dwarf.
Alright, go ahead, light him up.
He'll likely fail any saving throws. Totally won't roll a 20.
I can't see the city dwarf. Yeah, light him up. She shoots. So
Doesn't matter if he rolls a
Bjorn.
20. Still has to take 8 off it.
It's also a little far, and while I'd love to fireball the shitty dwarf, that hit too many people or our friends.
I did see
Bring down the
Strong
bridge.
word.
it's one of those little eyeball creepers nearby.
I don't think that hits.
11 does not hit.
All right. And with my last 5 movements, I will step back. So if other people want to go and shoot, they can.
Thanks for trying,
Yes.
sweetie.
I'll be down. It's
Oh,
the time.
sorry. Just does she not get advantage for essentially shooting from above?
No,
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think
it just
yeah,
means
it's
that there's no cover in the way.
It only
Yeah.
counts if they're using lightsabers.
unfortunate.
It's a defensive
Now
bonus,
there's
not
an
an offensive
idea.
one.
So Bernard,
For
you
my next
are
weapon,
60
a
foot in the air with a
rapier.
dwarf on your back.
I skitter down the wall as fast as possible, drop off the dwarf, and start heading back up to collect the next person.
So you're just dashing.
Okay. Yeah. And yep, Bjorn, you are now on the ground.
Hi, Bjorn.
Oh, thanks for the ride.
You gotten shorter.
Wait,
Yes.
Bjorn can do that too.
Horik, I feel very bad for you right now.
You'll be fine.
Oh, that does
I
remind me.
can't imagine why.
That does remind me, because as the open lord, quote unquote, is falling, you hear something about clouds of daggers, some sort of spell casting, and one of these comes flying down and hits the dwarf.
Clouds of daggers.
The dwarf is very cheesed.
He's been told, he's been said, "Fuck you!" Screamed at by a halfling and now hit with a knife.
The dwarf is now very mad, Horik, and I apologize. You're the only one in front of his face. Oh, this is gonna
That's
hurt.
fine.
No, I don't think it is. This is gonna hurt. Oh, no, it didn't. Wow, it can't roll. Thankfully, he cannot roll for garbage.
Shut
Does it only
up.
get the one attack?
One? No.
Shut
Holy
up.
shit! This fucking sucks.
Told you,
There
Horik's
goes
fine.
his foot.
Are you sure you're not taking 8 off all of his attacks?
He's too small. He just swings over his
Wow.
head.
Although let's be fair here, that damage would have put you in the ground, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing is, okay. That's the thing. The open lord, decides to cast levitate and start levitating herself down so that she doesn't die. Where exactly is she? She should be levitating down to.
I know. Can you spare 45 health, Horik?
Well, I had 33 left.
At least you're not dead?
Yeah, thankfully it didn't get hit.
Just think we're going to be fighting a dragon after this.
Nadrax.
There's a chat with Laryl Silverhand who says, "Oh, we haven't met before. That'll have to be smoothed out."
Okay, let's see if I can follow Horik's example to Goomba Stomp him and not hit Horik. Acrobatics, you said.
Yep.
Oh boy. Ah,
You do successfully Goomba Stomp. I will make the argument that. Oh, you're dropping the whole 60 foot.
Hmm.
yes, directly on him with an attack, hopefully, once I get into range on him.
I will make the argument that if you are falling and it does that much damage to you, you should probably make that do that much damage to him? Question mark?
Oh, that's usually how people do
Makes
it.
sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you're the DM.
We
So
give him
that
a,
would be 6.
Yeah.
give him a strength save to slap him away.
Yeah, I'm actually I was gonna do an acrobatics, an acrobatics
For half,
which is
you
a
know.
dex. Yeah. Nope. So roll me the 66. Let's see if Nadrax drops dead.
I hope not.
That's one.
Wait, that's just the one.
So give me 5 more
Five
d6.
more.
Oh, that's a d20. Oh yeah, okay. 18
Damn,
plus
not
5.
bad, not bad.
23.
That would put Lou
So-
down. Good thing you didn't land on
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for you, Nadrax. So I'll move you down here. Nadrax is half dead. And then 66.
Can I make my attack there?
No, that is your attack.
Oh,
Your body is your
That's-
weapon.
You
that
did.
is not what I intended to do.
Well, it's a case of you're
I intended to actually
falling.
stab her.
You're falling 60 foot and you're
Very,
angling
very-
your attack.
Yeah, very, very fast, and you're just waiting for when you're 5 foot from him, and it's a case of that happens very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But you
it
do
made it fall
21
like
damage.
Falling forwards with the blade held out. But sure.
Yeah, that's not really gonna work.
It's
But-
still weird they don't have proper official death from above rules. It's very odd.
They don't.
Because it comes up so often.
Yeah,
It does.
you're dropping a whale on someone. Good idea, there.
Good
So
idea, but
there
rulebook
is
says
a-
nothing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of dwarven cursing. He is not thrilled about what just transpired.
I'd like to point out when I fell, I did it on accident.
Thank you for contributing that. It's good to know.
Yes, Laeral just goes, I know, yes. Now we
Yes.
have.
Given
Oh,
that
oh, yeah.
was my action, apparently that means my turn is over.
Still, that's a lot of damage. Shalrek comes over here and decides to levitate himself down. Loop. And that is his action for the turn. Bjorn.
Hey. Well, that horse kind of looks like he's got his issues, so.
On you go, bite size.
10, 15, 20, 25. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Well, I'm gonna use my action to dash so I can charge. But I'm guessing I'm gonna have to be in a straight line, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you
so I
know,
could
straight enough. That's straight.
Yeah, that's straight enough.
Yeah. It's just that I wanted to do it on the bugbear, but
Well, you can
that's
do it in the
not gonna
bugbear as
happen.
well. It's still
Yeah,
a straight line.
yeah. Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
argue you could do the bugbear.
All right.
Just like don't go around a corner.
Yeah.
But I mean, from there, it's still a straight line.
Don't be like Hitman's briefcase.
A 24
No.
hits.
Yeah, tiger extra damage.
Yep. Let's see what's this now. It's +5, right?
Mhm.
Let's see, charger. Yeah, +5. So
Okay.
25 damage in one hit.
Trying to see where you're getting your +2/+2 there. See, there's your 4 strength, then 2 for the magic item, and then there's an extra 2 on your initial slashing.
That might be from fighting style dueling. Is it?
Oh yeah.
Do you have it? Okay.
Yep.
The bugbear is not malgurned, but oh, it is not having a good day today. It's not looking hot. It wants to not be here right now. Anything else?
No, that's about it. I'm getting prepared for when the rest of some of the bugbears from up above is gonna decide. Nope, we're not gonna fight the dragon. They're gonna go for the dwarf instead.
Barton.
No, I was gonna fling a big spell around, but if it was made large,
You could just do a bigger spell.
doesn't work like
Think
that.
of the
Sadly.
oi.
Plus, the alley-oop only counts as an alley-oop if you actually cast a saving throw spell on him.
Let's see. Let's move on down here, I guess. Gonna have to go after that wee gazer I saw peeking through. And I think I can see him and his mates.
Yep.
So, knock off a channel divinity.
You're gonna.
And a
Oh,
level,
no.
and a level 3 spell slot.
Uh,
And the
Now,
whole
then
place
what's the
collapses. We're all
part-
killed.
yeah, I was about to say there's the part where things are crumbling, right?
Yep. It's okay. It's Shatter. Shatter doesn't do that sort of thing, right?
Raining
Just
is
gotta
No.
make
all
sure I
the
get-
time. It seems okay.
gotta make sure I
That
get
is
the
the
math right
support.
here. Well, who's it going to be falling on? Not me. Yeah, I believe that is a 32 damage, yes. There we go. Ignore the bigger.
All right. So
It'll be on the
how many
bugbear, so it hits the other bugbear and the gazer. Oh no, it'll hit all of them, in fact.
Constitution saving throws.
I don't think the gazers can make it.
Yeah, no, there's a reason I'm not rolling that.
I think
Nice.
they're fucking deed. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Does that bridge also collapse because you're also shattering one of its main supports?
Well, we'll see. Hang on. Let's just pop in the text.
I love how she doesn't even put X's over them. They just get deleted.
They are ruptured, my friend.
Just gone. Just
Well, that's the question. Is this entire area count as magical?
Yep. So how much damage would he take from the collapsing bridge?
There's a bit of a gap there above him, isn't it? Let's see. He's on the third bridge. Is that the one it has? Oh no,
Third
there is some
bridge.
No,
rock
there's
there
nothing.
above him. Yeah.
There's stuff above
Yeah.
him. It's not the
It's-
most dense part, but
It's falling 60 feet at speed as well.
is it
Yeah.
piercing damage?
Probably 66.
Yeah, let's just
Plus 4d10.
Maybe acrobatics to see if he can dodge out of the way of it.
Fails his death saves.
it's eternally rolling. There we go. Okay, so it would be 16 damage. But let's see, I'll let him.
But importantly, that's 2 less bugbears that could fucking one-shot people.
The rolling is going very slow. Has it shown up on? Okay. I will say he took half damage from that because he did successfully yoink himself out of the way.
Sure.
6, that's okay. The bugbear. Oh dear. No, that's not how this works. I typed in the wrong thing. I was like, no, he does not have equals 8 health.
Well, tragically, it's now their turn.
And also, the rope and support is gone. So Gaddix's only shot at getting down now is.
no. I've got a plan. It's fine.
Yeah, there's also
Gaddix is the
Bernard.
plan. Yeah. So that bridge is it's gone. It is rubble on the floor.
I have options. Surprisingly.
Bugbear turn. Right. Bjorn
Yep.
and
I don't know. Bjorn might be getting a bit of company because these guys have the choice of facing down a dragon or just a yelling dwarf.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm ready to receive my beating from when they decide I'm not gonna face the fucking dragon.
does a 21 hit.
Yeah.
Okay. You also, because it's the first round of combat.
Ow.
Bugbears, man.
Don't they have to go before him, Privet, the trigger?
No, it says first round of oh wait, surprise is the creature. Never mind, it's not surprise. You're good.
Oh, thank God.
You're good. You good.
Imagine if
Thank
they all
you,
had
all
that by
knowing.
going faster.
Yep.
5.
One of them is being given the honor of dueling a dragon, I feel. The rest are saying, I'm not getting fucking cooked.
You
Wow.
do it. No, you do it.
The missed.
Yep.
1,
Yeah,
2,
catches that
3.
one with the shield.
I mean, if you want, he could have been slightly up so he got flanking.
That's a good point. This one's gonna be over here. I don't think a 16 hits.
Nope.
But no, I want the bugbear, not the bridge.
I mean, look on the bright side. This one can go.
6. Does a 21 hit?
Yep.
This one goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it just keeps running. 1, 2.
He might have been an attack opportunities.
No, he was one step away.
Yeah, Ornax might have something of 10 feet. Some dragons do.
Oh yes, reach of. Let's see if he tries to bite.
He did.
Yeah, he did bite. The bugbear is running away, crying hysterically.
Can't blame him. There's no shame here, man. You let it all out, it's perfectly understandable. Still gonna fucking batter you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This is the bugbear's last therapy session. After this, they'll be all fixed.
5.
Oh, he's making a interesting choice there.
He is there. He's looking around. He sees. Let's see, which one is he gonna go for? It's in his range.
I mean, would the near dead Nadrax be the target?
Yeah, probably good.
They are bullies.
Shut up!
I do love how bugbears have their two gods. One's a god of murder, and one's a god of sneaky murder.
That's so. That's
He couldn't get
Gorgon
the
work
heart.
level. I love
Does a
it.
16 hit Nadrax?
Yes.
Oh,
Clonk.
Good night.
It's alright, I have a healing word. I won't be throwing around a big spell.
I think I have a free cure wounds I could still use.
There is a moment where Lou kind of, you feel a very, very strong twinge. You remember the last time you were bonked into the ground?
He doesn't remember, that's the problem.
All I know is that Nadrax intentionally jumped off that bridge and I didn't.
Oh, the quest is down there. Jumps.
Oh no, that time all
mean,
three of us jumped off the
Horik did
cliff.
so as well.
Yeah.
He also
Auric
teleported,
did.
which was a better
Yeah,
plan.
he did teleport partially. And he's a monk. They kind of do
But
this,
he missed.
despite not
Yeah,
having
just
rules
tuck-
for it yet.
Teleport and then tuck and roll. Yeah. He's
And now this
good
little
with
gazer
it.
shows it knows disintegration.
Meh.
Oh god.
Alright. Speaking of, our 1d4.
Oh.
Bjorn, give me a wisdom.
Someday my turn will come.
did I? Oh,
You're
did I
up
close
next.
The fucking window.
Yeah, I know. I've almost finished this whole cup of coffee.
Look, I sped up your turn, okay?
I know. Yeah.
You succeed.
Gonna have to go get some more
Um,
coffee after I do my turn.
And then you can't see what's going on, but there's another one. Alright, where are you? Oh, wisdom saving throw. Alright.
Anti-drill
Wait.
field engaged.
Oh yeah, of course the drow because he's in the anti-drow field.
That was even with
Yeah.
advantage.
Yeah, it was even with advantage. It did not help him any. Okay. Yeah. Disadvantage on attack rolls. Okay. Which, speaking of, it is actually not Gadex's turn yet.
That's a rough segue, though.
I feel like
With
it was until he said
with disadvantage, we're almost at Gaddix.
He missed. Gaddix!
Oh, I get a turn.
You get a turn.
I get a turn.
I walk forward. I'm turned.
No. I said I had a plan.
Good.
You installed jets into Kaga?
He's failing to open his sheet. I would just like you to know.
Yeah. So,
It's okay, it happens sometimes. It's annoying.
So we're gonna do that. Kago's gonna deploy a parachute.
Up to 5.
Yep.
Oh, I can do me too.
How
then.
old is
And
Cargo?
who's on it?
I think Gaddix is over the age limit too.
Yeah. So it's up to 5. So boom, all 3 of us have Featherfall now.
Thank you.
We're gonna deploy parachutes, and so if I jump off the ledge, where does that put me?
Next to the middle bridge on the left.
Here. Let me move you.
Which is
Wait.
now the
Oh yeah, you can move me.
the middle bridge, which is now the bottom bridge.
I didn't catch. I thought it was just gonna be 1. Okay, that's neat. So
I will say that because you're feather falling, you won't land on poor Felrex's head.
damn.
Unless you choose to.
Well, isn't that also underneath the bridge?
Oh, the bridge. Yeah. Well, no, because remember that section of the bridge isn't there anymore.
And we still have our movement, yes?
No, you fell.
Okay, damn. That doesn't... in that case, I use my action, but if anything gets near Kago, he can bite it. That's my turn. I'm down.
Yeah. Ulrich. The dwarf tried to take your head off. Nadrax is on the floor.
No, actually, you still have your
okay.
action.
Oh.
Because
Wait,
it's a reaction to cast it. You don't change it. Yeah.
Oh, right. So I guess we jump and then I would react and cast it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you have an action.
So I have an action.
You
I'm
violence.
gonna shoot that bugbear.
Okay.
Just one of those weird things you can't.
You hit both of them.
What a
Enjoy your
swing
20
of
points
damage that
you
was.
Son of a bitch.
Boof. He goes kersplat.
Yeah, and Kago can't move, so he's just gonna growl menacingly if anything gets close.
Gaddox is the same.
Ulrich.
The gnome he came down with a big iron on his hip.
I just like to think that
Yeah.
he did, like, as he was parachuting down, Gaddox pulled off some battlefield, pat, 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 pat. Then he landed.
All I can see is his feet fluttering like wings.
Okay. Horrocks is going to punch the dwarf.
Once more with feeling.
Yeah. With twice more with a lot of feeling, I think.
Well, you get once more for your extra attack.
Aha! 2 hit.
So are you going to do flurry of blows or not?
Yeah, that was flurry of blows.
No, you've got 2 normal attacks. Then you've got your bonus
yeah.
action, or you can make it your flurry of blows. So if you've got 2 more attacks if you use a key point.
Yeah, well, 1 more attack. I've already used 2 attacks. So that's 3 attacks. So, but I was going to actually spend a key point for stunning strike.
Mm-hmm.
That's also my choice.
Yeah.
So I think it's 13 he's got to beat. So don't give me a spell save DC. That's always annoying.
It would be a saving con save question mark.
Yeah, con save. Nope. He's stunned.
He's not. He starts to stun, and you can see him kind of shake it off and starts hyping himself up. He used a
Legendary
wait.
resistance.
actually, 1 second. Actually, let me re-roll it again. Just and I
He
also
doesn't
didn't roll it with his +6. Oops, my
He
bad.
also has a -8 right now.
Yeah, there we go. 22.
No, but as Pan's pointing out, he does have a -8 on the save currently.
Oh yeah. All right. Oh, you roll 1 minus. Yeah. So 22 minus 8. Is it 1d8 or is it just flat?
I rolled 8 when I first
Okay.
cast the spell thing.
Yep.
So what is the thing? Because you rolled a 22. So 22 minus 8.
14.
14.
What's your DC, Hork?
I think it's 13. It's such a pain because it doesn't actually show it on the sheet.
If you go to,
DC 8 plus proficiency plus your wisdom modifier.
So 11 plus your whiz mod.
I have a feeling
Probably
it
at
might be
14.
also, if you go to your spell sheet, if you click on spellcasting ability, you can which is your spellcasting modifier.
It doesn't
can't-
say anything.
Yeah, but okay, so it's 11
Oh,
plus what's your whiz
13.
mod?
Yeah,
I said it for
There
you.
we go.
Yeah. So it's 13.
That's just a simple way to do
so-
it.
Then he barely passes. Because it would be a 14.
Oh well, it was worth a try.
Yeah.
It was actually worth a big try.
Nothing happens if you don't try.
Aranax is very, very cheesed that everybody just ran away.
Tragically, he can't see Bjorn among all those bugbears as he gathers up his fire breath.
Oranax gives a roar. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. And let me see. 2 gazers left. Amarego. He decides to re-roll that again. He fails that too. So you're lucky he's out of those. Well, what was the DC for this? Did they all fail? So every single person that you're fighting is now frightened.
Hooray!
Yeah, that's a thing.
Seems logical. There's a giant
Right.
dragon there.
Yeah.
Finally, something goes the player's way.
This wasn't part of the fucking job. They just said there was some dudes down here we had to beat the shit out of.
Oop.
And one of them exploded 4 of us.
And somehow
I-
the Gazer is the bravest of them.
Apparently.
Too dumb to know better.
Bjorn, you see the dragon takes the bugbear up in his mouth, shakes him, and then just tosses him aside, and he's dead as a doornail. No, he's not.
Puts him
he's
back
not.
down
Hey.
again, annoyed.
I was about to say, hang on a second. I did 20, I did over 25 damage to one of these, and it didn't
Yeah,
go
barely.
down.
Well, it's
He's
just one of them was
alive.
having a worse day, and the dragon gets a kill, and you
He's
don't.
alive. Oh, I keep trying to hit the wrong A person's sheet.
He's
Oh, yeah,
alive.
it's just
For
the
the
part
moment.
where it did 20 damage to that one, so I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, he puts it back down and then he swipes it away. It's dead.
We're randomizing enemy health. All of the Bjorn fights are higher.
Oh, God.
Make up for your bullshit sword.
It's level scaling. Yeah.
God, look at that terrible crit.
Yeah, that's a terrible crit. But yeah, the bugbear across from you, Bjorn, is not. He's terrified, not just of the terrifying presence, but he is absolutely in fear for his life.
It's
He
blood,
just got swiped by a dragon.
It's bleeding. It's shitting. It's screaming. Yeah.
Everything's coming out of everywhere.
Pain. It's everywhere.
What are you doing, Lou?
Nadrax, don't die within the next 6 seconds, and I'll be able to get there and help you. For now, however, I have to stand here.
I've got him.
My legs hurt so much.
His insides are
I'm
literally
still
on
alive,
fire.
but I'm very badly hurt.
You know what? I'm gonna be a cool guy.
My leg is broken, and the wound is beginning to smell a little like almonds. I'll try the other leg. Ah!
Now it smells like peanuts.
Yeah.
While
Oh,
I'm
thank
here.
you. Are you here to?
You shot me. You shot me in the arm. Why did you?
You barely hit, Lou.
I'm fucking man.
The dwarf is very, very cheesed off. Anything else? I don't think so, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all I can do.
I feel like I'm gonna lose my height in a moment.
Uzana.
All right.
You have a parachute, remember?
Yep. I will step off and fall 60 feet with Featherfall. So I should land about. Oh,
We're out next
I-
to Felrect.
I've
Let's
had
say
that
I-
spell on my sheet for so long. I finally get to use it.
it is a very good spell.
It just hasn't come up.
You know, you could have
Yeah.
actually saved Lou from falling if you'd done that earlier.
He didn't see it. He was busy. Lou might have actually been out of range. It's a big hallway up there.
Right, I see everyone.
Sucks at my
Exactly.
initiative. Yeah. So
Him. I see the dragon here. I'm pretty sure the dragon has whatever it's fighting taken care of.
There's also
See,
Bjorn
and-
there, but it's mainly the dragon show, let's be fair.
it's
Well, Bjorn and the dragon. Then yeah, all that stuff is pretty much dead. So
Shoot
I
a
will
bit.
go after him.
Next to the dragon.
And once again, I have mostly area of effect, so I'm not gonna be annihilating everyone right here.
Getting jealous of those evocation wizards, aren't you?
spell
A little.
shaping is a hell of a
Ah.
drug.
Nope.
Nope.
Anything else?
Well, I don't really want to push him, and I don't really want to pull him. So yeah, that's about it for me.
But you just give him a light jostle to shake up his keys and loose change.
Bernard.
No, I don't think I want to even be an evocation wizard because doesn't that just automatically make them pass their saves?
Yeah, but if they pass, they also take no damage, I think it is.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of extra text to it.
Right, I've done a quick count up of people jumping off, so I know that I don't need to go up to the top again.
Mhm.
So I'm picking up about halfway up the wall.
I would say that you'd just gotten down and you were getting ready to turn around, so you're down with everybody else.
Okay, I'm going to skitter along the wall to over here so I can see the dwarf. And then I'm going to use web on the dwarf.
Would you say it's a web gun?
But if he fails his roll, it'll be a botch.
Oh, it's a DC 12 strength check. Basic, I have to roll +5.
All right. Is there anything to aim to hit, or is it just the save?
I hope it's a single target.
Yeah, is it a single
It's
target?
It's a single target
Yeah.
to that, and then he's got to do a strength checks to see if he can. Let's see, hit restrained by wedding as an action. The restrained target makes okay, so it's instantly restrained. He's just restrained right away.
The save happens afterwards.
Okay.
Save happens on his turn.
Okay. He doesn't get out.
He should get it out on a
18, yeah.
18. Oh, what's the
12,
12? Okay, he gets out.
but it uses one of his actions anyway, so it's a net positive.
Yeah, it's a case of does he want to fling
Net
attacks at
positive.
disadvantage or burst out of a web?
Yeah, he would want to burst out of the web, and then for his bonus action, he is taking a deep healing breath.
There you go, you put away about 40 damage.
And he's looking a lot better. Let's see.
Just heroic.
And
Just standing here at
Yeah,
the
that-
concession stand with Gaddix, you know, we just gotta wait.
Laeral Silverhands very lazily. 1, 2, 3. Looks. Right. And then let's see, where is what I'm looking for? Oh yeah, the very injured bugbear. So no, she can see the uninjured one. Probably do the one uninjured one. 16 does hit the bugbear. The bugbear is currently restrained in a big glob of goo. That's Laerel's turn. Nadrax, give me your death save.
All right.
Yay! Nadrax is not dead.
Nice.
Felrecht. Yeah, please move, Felrecht. No, I don't need the bridge. I need Felrecht. There we go. He's going to come up 1, 2, 3. And the injured bugbear. He misses. He's in the anti-draft field.
Too close to Lou. Happens every once in a while.
Bjorn! There is a globbed bugbear next to you. There is a frightened bugbear behind you, which is also half dead. There's another half dead bugbear in front of you, and there's a perfectly fine gazer in front of you.
Well, let's try and deal with the bugbears that are still a threat. Much appreciate the assistance. That's 15 for this guy.
The bugbear, yeah, he's. Oof.
And second swing for the guy up top. I believe that's actually going to be an advantage anyway, so let's just see if it's crits. Oh, it doesn't. That's a 16.
Oof.
And fuck it, let's have some fun action search.
He's angry.
Beat the shit out of the gate to the south.
Oh, hold on. The 16 hits and the gazer is dead.
Nay.
Oh, you just used the previous.
No, I saw you rolled the 6. Oh yeah. Sorry, never mind.
Yeah, it was a
please.
12 I rolled.
12. Never mind.
Yeah, the 16 was just to see if I critted because I had advantage with the dragon.
Yeah, 12 does not hit. Never mind. Yoink.
You ruined it. You should have just kept your mouth shut.
Yeah, 12 doesn't hit.
I just got fucking Natrax nailed to the floor. I think it would be bad taste. I was like, but I rolled the other one.
There we go.
Yeah, that's the crit. Wow, what a pitiful one.
Not that much better than the regular.
I did worse than a regular, actually.
It's okay.
That sounds
'cause
about right.
It's still dead. Anything else? You have a very globby bugbear next to you.
I'll probably just do a second win then.
Take a deep.
So that's a hit. That's a D10 plus 5.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have a
9.
fancy button
Hold
for
on.
that. It's real nice.
First things first, a healing word. Nine healing. And
Or 5,
let's
depending on how loud he said it.
let's make use of this.
He yells so loudly, Nadrex is back to hells.
Mm-hmm.
Get the fuck up!
Okay.
Oh, what?
13.
So low. But I also get my other attack. That's a 17 hit though.
17 does not hit.
Ah well.
He wants to be a paladin so
Bugbear.
bad.
He fits being a paladin. That's the thing. He fits way better being a marshal than a spellcaster.
The bugbear has dropped its morning star. And Lou. I don't think a 13 hits you.
Ah! I have 16 AC, oh my god.
It could have moved in for
And-
flanking.
Well, he's also frightened. He can't go up.
Ah, but if he goes here, the dragon's not in view.
True, but it's a bugbear.
Just let
And it starts
let it
climbing
happen.
through the rubble.
Just picturing the expression on Pan right now.
I can't be dead.
Like, he can just move there, and then he can also draw a knife and probably coup de grace, because, I mean, can Lou really fight him off? No, he can't.
I'll just cast invisibility and run away.
Dex save. I'm not going to say he's good at this because he is a drow in the anti-drow field. He succeeds, though.
Hey, he burned the one.
So there we go. Speaking of, you again hear another crack. This time it's dead.
Rena, it's pronounced cribbig.
Crack is
It's
a
a
drug.
crack.
Is a drug addicted.
That's the
disguise.
name whenever he's posing as a gnome. It's very taxing.
Gaddix.
Has to go everywhere on his knees.
Yay! Okay, targets. That guy's just running away. I'm gonna let him run.
He tried to kill me.
So we have this bugbear, and then this dragon.
Dragons are a friend.
Yeah, attack the dragon.
Okay, attack the dragon.
And also, I think that
Yay.
bugbear is restrained.
Cargo's gonna flank,
It is restrained.
so I get advantage anyway. Give him the clamps.
It hits. Okay.
Wow.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
The pellet gun.
Yeah. Why won't you die?
They hit.
Oh wait, I get advantage. Is there a 20 in there? No.
Okay, so that is 23. You did the exact opposite of a Malgern. It's dead.
Hooray! I was waiting. And that's pretty much all I got
Oops,
for the
did I
moment.
delete the bugbear from the tracker? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, good. Warwick, it's your turn. There's a very annoyed dwarf in front of you.
Okay. Well, guess what? Punching shall continue.
Good strategy.
Yep. Hopefully it works this time.
Hey. Less yay.
That was
You
advantage.
hit once.
That's what he has flanking right now, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
but
he's
he
flanked,
rolled
so,
twice.
Yeah. So yeah,
So that's
another 16.
Does not hit.
I think he still has one more roll, right?
Well, the first one he was a crit,
Is
so
a
he didn't
crit.
roll. Yeah.
Didn't bother. Yeah.
so yeah. Assume it was a 14 and a 16. Neither hit. So.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shitty crit. Ugh.
Yeah, it
Game
is.
sucks.
It happens though, and once again, I'm trying a stunning strike on the guy. So
It happens way
see
too
if he-
often.
let's see if he beats a 13 on its con.
15.
Oh well. I'm gonna spend I think I'll spend another key point just so I can throw out another 2 punches because I'm feeling that way at the moment.
You're angry. Yes. He's not even punching. He's just bringing the fist down. Just.
19 and 21 hit.
And that's it.
Oh, these damage rolls, gross.
I think he's rolling a D2.
Yeah, dude, what the?
You have done good.
Horik is just flipping coins over there. What the hell?
Aranax is Big Stompy Dragon. Who? What is his range of movement?
Oh god, he's coming right at us.
No, yeah, he is one square away.
He's reached 10 anyway, or whatever
Yeah,
it was.
surely
so
his
he's still
breath
good.
attack can still reach that.
And he doesn't actually even bite. He just turns around and with his tail.
Oh, nice.
You see a bugbear corpse just fly through the air.
Just smashes up against a wall, just slides down slowly.
Blue. You have a big dragon behind you.
Yeah. I was gonna escape that way, but I guess I won't now. Ah, but I'm here. I have a knife. It's very long.
I got a knife.
You hit. Very good.
And since I can, I'm gonna Misty Step out of here.
Whoosh.
Takes a spell slot this
Smart.
time. And someone else can flank who can do a better job. Yeah, I'll go behind Felrect. Hello, Felrect.
Hello, darling.
I stabbed that guy.
I noticed. Very good
Do
job.
you misty step into his arms? Yeah, just
Yeah, but it doesn't
He's
give him
holding
any
a knife,
prior
so no,
warning.
not this
Fucking
time.
falls.
But it just goes through. Oh shit!
I thought you knew
Hey,
you
you
do
stand-
this. This is our thing. We've never done
Reverse
this.
this.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yeah,
You're standing on some rubble right now, by the way,
that's such a Lou move. Yeah, this is our
because
thing.
this is the remains of the bridge that Harton
Ah.
collapsed.
So I am taller than Felrect now.
Yes.
Relish this moment, Lou.
Rosanna, there seems to be only one target left alive.
I noticed. As I said before, I knew they had that handled. But let's see. What will it be? Hey,
It happened.
You hit.
15 fire.
Ooh.
Nice.
Very good. Anything else?
Once again, I don't really want to move him. So, yeah, I'm good.
Bernard.
Right. The spiders have reach.
I don't think they do. Question
In
mark.
Magic the Gathering, they do.
No, 5 foot.
My green spider had reached to block flyers. He
Oh,
was
hit
a
him.
great card.
Can I climb the wall above it? How far is that?
No, unfortunately, because there was a bridge here, but the inside's been collapsed.
I mean, he can just scrabble around the pillar.
Yeah. You could go up the pillar and along.
Yeah, I think.
Or yeah, you could just literally get right there.
Yeah, I can get there. I think there's actually close to where I can get to. And I'm going to use the spider's bite attack, which is, let's see, bite is +5.
You hit.
Okay, take 6 piercing damage from the bite and must make a DC 11 Constitution saving throw.
Okay. And he does have advantage on poison. He didn't need it.
Yeah, he's still on a, let's see, on a successful, he takes half damage.
Okay. And then that would be how much damage for the poison? Okay. Da-da-da, and he takes half of it. There we go. Yeah, he's not looking too hot. He's very, very cheesed off. And
Surprisingly
these are
still
gonna be-
alive.
oh, you know,
Strong
he
heel.
is actually the major domo of the Xanathar Guild. However, you all notice that his attacks aren't nearly as powerful as they once were. So, that one goes to Horik. This one goes to Nadrax. And then
His
this
nature
one.
down again.
No, I got a little bit more than that spec. Thanks, Harpen. I just down to 4 pitch points.
Ow.
Harton!
No, you got 9 because the 4
Yeah,
was
the 4
for
was
physical
healing.
damage on bigger, so you're back down. Ooh, 26
Harton-
damage. But
Yeah,
he shouldn't have fucking done that.
I know he shouldn't.
Do you know what I fucking said to you? I said, get fucked.
Look at these bigger
Oh.
rolls, though, man.
That's because I'm
From
sized up.
large.
So he takes 8
Oh.
thunder damage.
Oh no, okay. That's okay. I
There
was like,
we
why are they so
go.
low? But then I realized it's just a D.
Do I just get to roar him until he dies?
No, unfortunately not.
A lot of
Aww,
HP on him.
that'd be amazing.
Yeah. As I said, this is actually a boss compared to most of the other people. They did not expect you to fight him.
Mm-hmm.
However, you killed all of Xanathar's other big guys.
You had no choice but to send this guy.
Imagine if we
Yeah.
hadn't killed that first shitty dude with a crossbow arm.
I still would have brought him in, just because I mean,
You could have sent in the jester to fight us. We would
Well, he
have taken
kinda
him out to
did.
dinner.
The jester is here in a sense.
Three.
In a sense.
And again, you hear some sort of. You're not even sure if this is actually a spell. And just it misses.
He
The
steps too
dragon
close to
has to
Lou.
duck,
Ow.
and he's just like, okay, or she is just like, okay.
Getting a bit rusty
Big
there
guy.
with your high office.
It's alright. I missed my first couple. Sometimes you just gotta get in the swing of it.
Uh oh. Oh, okay, that's okay. So Nadrax does not make his death save, but that's okay because he gets more of those, and I have a feeling he's going to be picked up off the ground soon. Felrex is standing there. Not about any of this. 15. Bjorn.
10, 15, 20. Oh, I can only get there if I could do like this.
You can.
Okay.
The dragon is not going to block you. The dragon is going to lightly pick up his foot to let you by.
I just realized I forgot I have uncanny dodge.
Oh,
Oh no.
It's like a huge
I
one.
could've-
Well, I mean, we
I
give him the
could've
credit
not
of it. He's
been
still
dead.
up, yeah?
We can, yeah. We
At
can
this
sit- well,
point.
yeah. Yeah. So hold on, let's go back. Let's let Nadrax try.
Yeah, that's me.
Nadrax, you're up.
Alright.
So
So I get at least one stab in.
Which means that
Yeah.
Nadrax would have got the crit on him. Because he was still standing, obviously.
nice.
I
nice
can get my
try.
HP back.
You hit.
Uh,
All right.
so yeah, that's
And
24.
how do you want to do this?
Considering I'm still lying on the ground, I have regrets. I stab him in the ankle, pull him down, stab him again in the face. Just leave the fan stab inside his skull or something, or throat, or whatever I hit, and roll back on my back. Oh god, this hurts so much. I have regrets.
Would like to point out he jumped off the bridge intentionally.
And you're out of
I have
initiative.
regrets.
Hooray!
oh, so that was the loud crashing sound I heard from the other side of the pillar.
Yes, those were my legs.
I'll heal you, but you have to listen to the opera again while I do it. It's second
Unfortunately, I do not-
level.
Unfortunately,
Lou
I
is
do
like
not
that
know
guy
silence.
from the Rick and Morty episode. I'll help
Look
you.
how
but
much
you have to
healing you could
listen to my
have.
screenplay.
And the dragon goes back to dwarf. And just cheerily, that was fun.
I wonder what the Xanathar's going to think about the dragon being in the city.
I don't think the Xanathar has much choice.
That's a problem for the Xanathar.
Yeah.
So,
That is the farthest thing from a Gaddock's problem. So
you all have successfully killed every single one of Xanathar's lieutenants. How do you feel?
Let's go finish
I
the
wanna steal
job.
his
I
shit.
feel like we're on a list
Horrible.
now. What do you say we go to another town, guys? I feel like that's a safe idea.
What are you talking about? We've trounced these chumps.
What are we going to do with the unicorn?
And I tried to ride it. I do not want to walk anymore.
It's a little bit of the opera, just one song.
Well, to be fair,
10 to
after
20
a,
minutes.
after a brief little sprint, there's a ladder instead. Climbing's a different type of locomotion. Enjoy.
Bernard goes up. Bernard goes up to Natrix, whatever, and wraps him up in a cocoon and carts him off upstairs.
Don't turn them into soup
I-
yet.
I can do just with my arms. Just with crawling up at least. Please no cocoon.
Right, Lou, you can drop this. I don't want to go trying to bash my head on the little hatch.
Oh, I think it'd be funny to try to get up the ladder. Yeah, okay. I got fog cloud.
Do you?
I punt him.
I say I do, but I don't. But I look around and see if anyone was excited at the fact that I was going to cast fog cloud.
Laeral Silverhand
Everyone's-
is frowning at you.
Sad
Everyone's
face.
walking past in silence. I don't feel like we
Let's
won
go,
here.
darling.
Can we steal that guy's shit really quick before we go?
You can look. He has on him a great axe and a heavy crossbow and some bolts. And about 15 gold.
God, that's the last of him. Here's a crossbow, some bolts.
I know I can't
No,
use a
no,
heavy crossbow. but
bolts
what
are
if I
for
try?
spiders.
He doesn't have any
Oh.
scimitars.
Oh yes, a scimitar and some leather armor, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
He had 3 scimitars and some leather armor for
You
some
only
reason.
find bolts on giant spiders, and skeletons are just made of arrows.
That's what I was thinking of. Skeletons. Yeah, they're made of arrows. Yeah.
Deleting.
Oh, and actually, technically, what level of plate? Just because I think I know a dwarf that might want plate.
Yes, the druid.
Yes,
I
Gaddix would
cannot
like.
wear that.
No, I already have molten mail. I'm pretty great.
I mean, it'd be funny to see Lou try to
Yeah.
walk around in it.
It just says plate.
There you go.
That's
Is it
still.
is it prime
Alright.
plate though?
Well, you're not gonna be eating this. Hey, hang on. I just hear fucking crack his heart. Yeah, there we go.
Place is still worth a lot of money, so.
Also,
Yeah.
thank you kindly for actually putting out by just going through the slits in the armor. Now I don't have to dent it back into place.
Arms are like chicken wings.
As you all are moving out, Laeral moves over to Aranax and says, "Are there any other traps that my soldiers should know about as they move in?" And Aranax shakes his head. "No, you've dealt with the fresco, yes? Yes, it's been destroyed. Yeah, then it should be clear. As long as they can get... Oh, well, I mean, it was an okay fresco."
The nostalgia really is the best part, I think. But actually, Bjorn Harton, we should all go look at the art, in the museums in town. Clearly, you guys want to be art incarnate, right?
Who the fuck is that?
I know his name is not AI or
Shut the
AI.
fuck up.
But as you all are going out and getting to the ladder,
Yeah,
Laeral makes the suggestion.
yeah. Try to get a quiet word with that one.
Oh, are you trying to pull Laeral off to the side?
Well, once Hornax has climbed up, probably.
Well, as they are all getting there, when you're right about to get to the ladder, Laeral does make the suggestion, Aranax, Why don't you go back with our friends here to their tavern? It should be getting ready to open. It should be a little bit easier than trying to explain to the foot soldiers why there's a dwarf here. And he hems and haws about it. My gems are down here. I will personally see that your gems are brought to the tavern. Let's see what the...
Easy to explain that there's a dwarf here while there's 2 other dwarves.
He doesn't have regular persuasion? Okay.
Lou can help. He's very persuasive.
Well, he doesn't.
No,
he has
I
a
can
plus.
I can believe that. He's not a persuasive guy. He's a guy who deceives people.
Oh, he is a persuasive guy. But
No.
or Aranax just kind of goes, well, all right, I understand the point. So it will be brought. Yes, it will be brought back.
Every one of them won't be miscounted.
Mm-hmm.
You've got
Very
our
well.
oath on it.
Very well, I will go with you. And just shrugs, all right, that works. I think I will stay here to organize the retrieval process. And yes,
Okay.
Aranax would start going up. Oh, Lou?
No, it's just how long have we been in here? Like, are we still like? Is it still the morning?
Yes.
Okay, so we're opening for breakfast.
More like, by the time you get
We're
back
letting
to the
in
tavern,
those
it'll-
who can't wait another hour.
Yeah, by the time you get to the tavern, it'd be lunch.
When the sun gets to here, we can drink again.
Yeah. You don't understand, Lou. There are those in the alley who can't wait until midday or even till the sun's past the yard arm. They need a drink now, and we're going to corner that market. They're dependent.
Water it down. We'll have no choice.
There's the entrepreneur spirit.
If you do wish to grab Laral off to the side as everybody's going up the ladder, that's easy to
Well, she is my boss, after all.
do.
Well, no, Harren's doing this case of. So, thanks for stepping in that there. This is going to be a wonderful thing to try to explain to Laral about why Oranax thinks he's met the Open Lord.
Oh no, it's very easy.
Just where do you finally come out in the open and can tell her yourself your little scheme?
Not out in the open, but yes.
Hey, what about the bit where Laurel Silverhand, Open Lord of Waterdeep, was handed the staff that permits dragons to enter or be forbidden from the city?
Yes. Don't worry, there will be plenty. You will not be implicated in this. After all, you saw, and the dragon will also testify that Laral came in and said that she chased some individuals away. Yes.
That's exactly what happened. I saw it.
Yes.
You know, I
Yeah.
lied while we were in there. I did a good job lying. You guys got to say, yeah.
We were simply fooled. All of us.
You will not be blamed.
Ah, boy.
We're going to give him all his gems, right?
Aye.
Yes, he will get his gems back. They belong to him.
Now we can start him employment so he can begin building an honest horde.
You know, we could use a manager to run Fruden's Brews.
And if I'm not mistaken, a bag comes out with 5,000 gold. This is for the staff. I'm sure Layrol will, the real Layrol will handle the rest of your payment.
10,000 gold. What are we going to do with it?
I'm going to use my 5,000 tonight to buy a golden house. What are you going to do with
Can I
your
do another
500?
5,000?
No,
I
yeah,
want the extra 0.
you're getting 5,000 from Jarlaxle total, the whole party.
No, that's a joke where he says, I'm going to spend my 5,000. What are you going to spend your 500 on?
I was going to buy Fruden's debt. But I could do it 10 times.
You only need 100 now. There you go.
I think we should invest in real estate.
Oh, no. Done with that sort of shit.
How many houses do you want?
I need a bakery for every type of baked good.
We need to buy enough to be able to rename the alley.
Now, I will advise you all head on out of here. I plan on moving my people in immediately and getting things done.
Yeah, you think do you think the Xanathar's gonna show up again? What's the deal with that?
Oh, I highly doubt that.
We killed all those guys, right?
Yeah, he's lost
Yes.
most of his organization.
I think he's going to learn. He may be an insane beholder, but he is a thinking beholder. If he tries to cause you any issues, then, well, you know where he lives.
Behold these nuts.
Don't. Never again.
I just thought I'd try it out.
Climb the ladder.
Laeral is, Jarlaxle is completely ignoring Lou. He wants to pretend that didn't happen. And just says, Laeral Silverhands does give you all a invitation. There is going to be a speech tomorrow.
Neat.
About 10 in the
I'm
morning.
I'm sure it's going to be quite dramatic.
No, it's supposed to be on something very vapid and absolutely boring. It's a traditional speech. It will be interesting, though. She is giving you the invitation herself, as he winks.
We are kind of heroes.
Up the ladder.
And I will be, of course, borrowing Felton for a bit.
Of course. To be fair, he's
So
kind
you
of
all-
yours.
Yes.
No, he's not.
So, I suppose I'll be seeing you all later then. Tomorrow.
Fucking 10 a.m. Don't even get a line after this. Mind you, we get the rest of the day off, I suppose.
Oh,
10 a.m.
I'm sure nothing's gonna
outside
happen at the bar.
castle.
Alright. Means an earlier day. Alex.
Oh, and in case anybody asks, because I do know Mert's going to be showing up for the speech. Laeral said that she will be notifying the Harpers, considering some of your folks do work for them. And would be, of course, very interested in the scenario, which is the same reason why none of you have reported it, because, as far as you know, it's been handled.
Hi.
You get a very polite bow. And, as you were, enjoy your day. You've earned it.
Well, off
As
we
you
go.
see, the staff goes into a magical pouch. And yes, you go back upstairs. Is there anything in particular y'all are planning on doing up there, or?
Well, Bernard's going to go out to the front of the stage and complete his recital.
Well, beyond that. Because, yeah, you do have the theater for a little bit longer. I assume you all plan on going home and rejoicing.
Yes.
We have the theater, and I do have this spell we could use some fun with. Nah, let's just go home.
Well, while we're here, Dereks, can you take these stilts and somehow turn them into support things for my legs?
Crutches?
You turn them into
Hell,
bracelets.
still.
Not exactly
just takes-
crutches.
Before you do anything, he takes them from you, just puts some cushioning on the top, hands them back.
Yeah.
No, I mean something that avoids that I have to put weight on my ankles.
I mean, yeah, okay. I suppose I would know enough to just do that.
Yeah. Basically, just fixate them on the upper part of the leg.
I guess Bernard cast Healing Word a couple of times on him.
There you go, you got 19 HP back. You can stop whinging.
Huh. I do feel much better now.
Fucking walk it off.
This will help.
I don't think that helps.
It's 3
Depends.
cents.
Depends. If there's the... What's the English word for that? The thing that's an opium.
No, it just smells good.
Ah, poppy.
And
It has also poppy seeds in it, the cinnamon roll.
no. And that's just the smell. It's not actually a cinnamon roll, but yes, you do travel back home. You're in your tavern.
Yay.
Your children are there, and they're very excited to see you're back. Belrek is not here. Get away. You're back! So,
Yes.
what did you do?
Surprisingly
you-
well.
Made some new friends.
And, oh, speaking of, let me go grab the token for your friend. I actually have to copy paste it because there's actually not an individual token for it all on, so. Paste. He's not a baby dwarf. Yep, and the children are who's that?
That's Oranax.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Oranax. Well, hello there, you little ones.
Well, he hasn't gotten out of the basement for quite a while, so I guess he doesn't have much entertainment down there. So,
I am a harmonica god.
Oh? Well, let's see.
Yeah. Let me,
Oh,
let me, you know, let me get a let me get a spray of my cinnamon roll, because that actually does give me a +1 for this roll. I'm gonna bust out. What am I gonna? I don't know. Do a jig.
Oh
Ooh,
my
boy.
God.
yeah.
He does
Still
a 10.
16.
Oh yeah,
16.
Yeah.
In bards, man. That's a 10. Yeah.
Yeah, Lou
Fucking
actually
work.
trips, but he does a flip on the way back up. It works out. Very cool.
Oh, slapstick.
Sometimes
I
more
do
slap
like
than stick.
slapstick.
How very drow of him.
Yeah, you can
Yes, the
see
boy is
tonight when
quite entertaining.
just wait till I do a performance in front of a crowd. You'll see. You'll see.
Well, yes, I should supposedly stay until after it's properly opened.
Yeah. Where do you want it to put your gems for being delivered here?
Oh,
Basement?
that would probably be smart, actually. Yes. I don't
We have
need
a-
anybody running off with them.
We have a perfect little side room we can use.
Well, it's been quite some time since I've actually talked to people.
Hey, why are there shackles in this little side room?
There's not.
Why are there mushrooms growing all the way over here?
All the lesser lived races are so very amusing.
I'm only 80 years old,
I know, practically an infant.
so I've heard.
But not literally one. Full grown adult.
I can kill people with my brain.
Oh, you have psionic powers?
No, I just make their brains explode with magic.
Ah,
And bad
yes, that's different.
jokes.
Oh, let's
I
hear a
have
horrible
psionics.
joke. You have psionics?
A little bit.
Nat raises her hand.
I'll see a little telekinesis.
Oh, that is quite intriguing.
Mhm.
You're a very entertaining bunch.
Should have
I
seen
sup-
the serial killer who came after us.
Oh, serial killer. This is effectively how the night is going to go. Aranax is very interested to hear a lot of the goings on. He
Serial
apparently
killers. I love those crystal casts.
he has apparently gone up a couple of times. So while he's not completely on the up and up, he hasn't been completely devoid. But yes, he is apparently interested in, mental stimulation to a degree.
Love when there's a bard who does true crime performance.
Only murders in the barding. That didn't really work.
And yes, sometime around noon, Felrek does actually come back and he slips down the hatch into the basement and after being told where to put it, and would store the gems behind the little wall that has been installed.
Our property value just shot through the roof.
And Aranax is hemming and hawing. I don't believe I'll be able to stay back there anymore. I'm gonna need to get a new place to stay.
You know, actually, not just the place. Needs a little bit of work, but I was about to buy it.
About to? So you haven't bought it yet?
No, the guys who owns it is still under duress. We'll see if his kneecaps haven't been broken.
That sounds a bit rude.
I mean, it wouldn't be us who would do the breaking. He just owes people money.
Soon he'll owe me money.
That's not very healthy.
Certainly isn't.
Well, I suppose
Again.
I can get a place at an inn for the night.
And then again, dealing with rats means you probably deserve it.
I don't think we actually have any spare rooms anymore.
Nope, you do not. You are full. But Arnax does say it's not a problem. He just asks if you would kindly keep an eye on his gems.
Oh yeah, I'll probably stay pretty close for the next few days at least.
Right, that would be appreciated. Just please, yes. I do happen to know every single one that's there. I'll know if one's gone missing.
Do they have names?
No. None of the
Okay.
gems I had were named gems when I got them.
You got them, but you could have named them.
No.
Which one is Jenny?
No, you only really name gems when they're of particular qualities.
Like galore, but not really a gem.
Uzana, the Stone of Galore, is very, very mad at Lou right now.
But it
He
was
is
a
an
good
aboleth.
adventure.
It was a very good adventure. It was very entertaining. I learned quite a bit. However, I am not a gem. I am an aboleth.
Mm. Lou, Galore is an aboleth and will be treated with the respect an aboleth deserves.
Although, to be fair, if he was describing the Stone of Galore, it is a silicate and therefore it's equating to a gem.
I did specify it wasn't a gem, just kind of in the same family.
Also, if you asked Lou's grandma, I'm sure she would call him a gem anyway.
But importantly, he's not establishing that Galore is a gem, just the Stone of.
Like Galore's house.
Yes, but the little gem is so cute, isn't he?
I am a stone. I'm in stone form. This is my corporeal form for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Tell the idiots to shut up.
Galore kindly requests that you shut up about him.
Can't. Would. Wouldn't. Can't.
Do you remember what he made Gaddix do?
Wasn't Cadix holding it at that point?
Yes, you do know that I have a wide variety of spells.
Aye, but you'd keep your senses about you. You'd
I would
resist,
try.
wouldn't you? Aye, there we go. It's not
Of
an
course I
experiment
try,
worth
but-
undertaking.
No, of
You
course
guys
not.
can always want to use magic on me. You just can't do it.
He knows that things would go badly for him if he tried to turn harmful on us.
Oh, really?
Well, we do happen to know the Blackstaff.
I'm not afraid of a human wizard.
It's not about that, it's about that magical artifact might get scundered.
No, then you would just free me. And that would not be good for any of you. So, we shall drop it, yes?
Please. I would rather not send most of the people here flying.
Would we just drop him into a well or something?
Well, that would be rude.
And I wouldn't allow it.
Oh well.
And yes, it doesn't take long. Probably about the time that the tavern's about packed, Arnax hangs out for maybe 2 or 3 hours before he goes and gets a night at the inn. It's a lot of peopling. Although he did have a lot of fun throwing the bugbears around, it's a lot of peopling. And you all do get a very restful night's sleep, which is good because you guys got up at the crack of dawn. Unless there was anything specific you wanted to do.
This is not the
Not
time
at
to
this-
be art incarnate.
Make sure Wish got here nicely and that he can look around and enjoy the sights.
Oh yeah, Wish was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, yeah, Uzana, you would feel a tip, tip, tip on your shoulder. An invisible tip, tip, tip.
Hmm?
Hello?
Hello. Welcome.
It's a bit busy here.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice though.
Well, glad you're enjoying it. If you want to fly
Uh,
up into the rafters, I think you'd be harder to see up there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That I don't think I'm gonna land on any of the skulls. I don't think they're mounted heavy enough for me.
No, no.
Yeah, I think I'll stay up here.
All right.
And if your bard needs any extra, oomph in his performances, I'll help him out.
Absolutely.
Careful
I
how
think
you
he needs it.
careful how you phrase that, because you might be on constant call.
I don't need help. I mean, I do.
He,
No.
still, you get a little bit extra oomph. If you start doing songs about, windy beaches, everybody can see the visual effects. If it's a melancholy, maybe it might look like it starts raining. You
It will
get a
be an
little
aggressive
extra.
song about bugbears and how they should not be allowed to be bugbears.
Which case you're going to get some very multicolored lights. It's going to be very dramatic.
Open the bugbear. Stop having it be closed.
Like, I was really into his performance, but then he's just go on this weird racist tirade about the bugbears.
And he can't even remember why.
He's not sure what bugbears do. He just doesn't like them.
Yeah, all Lou remembered is a bugbear's morning star was above his head, and then he don't remember nothing no more. But it
But
is
he
a
still
pretty.
has that hole in his head.
It's just slightly
What a
flat.
weird
one spot.
piercing.
Must be a drow thing.
And yeah, it's a general night at the tavern. Was there anything else anybody planned on before bed?
Not particularly, I don't think. I mean, other than, I guess I'm working on Nadrak's stilts, but yeah.
I mean, no, that's no longer
But
necessary.
that's like
I think.
inconsequential. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now it's a project.
No, you put the task up before it's happening now. You may
Make it
not
up.
need it, but it's still happening because you mentioned it.
Yeah. To make it
He
optional.
cannot be stopped.
Yeah, do make it optional so you can turn it off as well. If you don't actually need it.
I tried that, but the switch kind of got stuck.
Imagine constantly just beating the fuck out of anything you pointed at. Pop, pop, pop. Extend, retract,
Oh,
extend,
no.
retract.
Congratulations, Nadrax. You now have Pogo.
No,
You gave
automated pogo.
Nadrax, you gave Gaddix a project. You're in trouble now.
Yeah, like I said, he can't be stopped. You may still need it. You may not need it anymore, but no, it can't. Sorry, buddy.
Do you
Yes.
actually have a list of functions Kogo has already?
He's making it up as he goes along.
Yeah, I've kind of just been, at the coffee.
Yeah.
He's done the coffee. He can cook food. I can pop the side of open like a grill. And there was one more I had him do once. But I am taking a note of every time I make something up. He runs on alcohol. We all know that. He's an ethanol engine.
So, is there anything else anybody wanted to check in on before you go to bed?
No.
Not today, I'd say.
I assume Valor's just hanging around.
Yeah, Felric is back as normal.
Oh yeah, that's Harden wants to
Hey, get out of the
prepare
lab.
for the
Hey,
prepare for the next day to be able to check and see if there's evil coming from the detective agency.
Oh, that's a point. Does Harton want to protect good and evil tomorrow?
Hmm?
Bjorn was bringing up, does Harton want to prepare detect good and evil so that he can do a little bit of probing on the detective agency?
All right. I actually prepared it today, but we were busy.
I mean, you could just pop out and
Yeah.
do a quick check.
Might as well
Harton,
take a wee nighttime walk around the place. Give Balin a stretch along with Hooten.
you're getting a very, very strong vibe.
From everywhere. It's fucking weird, this place, full of demons.
oh God!
There is a fiendish entity in the tiger's eye.
Oh, that's
Big
a bit,
surprise.
that's a bit of confirmation.
Oh no, you mean it was evil the whole time? Gasp.
So it's quite possible that a Rakshasa had been hired to find Nadrak's family.
Weird, that. If only the book said something more about it in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, it says a little bit, but not much.
Because it's kind of a big deal, the idea of a Rakshasa being there. You said there's no, connected quest or anything. It's just I guess he's there.
He is.
This monster that could rip apart the party with ease. It's just there. Something possibly even more dangerous than the Xanathar, depending on rolls.
I mean, not our problem anymore.
It's not a point. It's not part of anything.
He's like any other citizen of the city at this point.
Yeah. It's just, there's a fucking Rakshasa there. That's a big deal. But we're not doing anything with it.
He's just having a good old time, pretending to be a detective.
You'll find at the end of him being a Rakshasa is a full stop. Good luck, DMs. Does he have backstory? Is he known? Is he in any lore things? Fuck no. You've got nothing to work with. Enjoy.
I mean, I have stuff for it, but
No, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's fuck all in
It's
it.
just in there.
Yeah, it's just, that's how one D&D's gonna be, isn't it? It's gonna be more of that shit. Because we were getting a lot of it in the later books, apparently.
I mean, for our parts, I just hope it's done with the deal. I mean, we did have a business deal, but it was concluded. He was paid. Hopefully, no strings attached.
You'll find out.
You just told him about, your closest family members and friends.
Well, to be fair, I didn't even know they were alive. If they were alive. So. Also, I
He's-
didn't know he was a devil.
Yeah. And he's gotten information.
Yes, and he got paid for it.
But in that case, you have gotten the confirmation.
Yep.
Unsettling confirmation.
It's fucking weird.
You all take your. Yep, go on though.
We should ask him about it. Say, hey, are you by any chance some sort of devil with backwards hands? Yes? Oh, wow, how cool.
You a furry with a weird grip?
Are you wanting to confront him about this?
Probably
No.
not right now. He probably wouldn't mind as long as we didn't tell anybody.
He'd probably mind.
I'm sure he wouldn't kill the entire party.
Just you. Okay, let's do it.
I see this as an
Does
absolute
Harton
win.
really want to
Harton
have to
says.
spend another spell slot to revive him?
Oh no, fresh out.
Oh no, anyway.
Get a long rest.
Not yet. This is still the night.
I think some dragon might have stolen your diamonds. might be able to res him.
But we'll pull aside Uzana. If we chat with her, love, I've got a new wee research topic for you.
All right.
I'd like to know the ins and outs and ways of stuff involving petrification.
Oh, you want the little jester guy back?
Well, right now I don't know if he's even someone that can be brought back.
Well, I mean, if we can find the rest of them.
Well, I'm just saying, is his soul gone already? Or is it stuck here in the stone until he's properly mulched?
Yeah, probably stuck in the stone.
But I'd like to know about that there, see if we can do it. We've got a few favours we can pull in.
We can make a day of it.
And yeah, find the rest of them would be handier, but I'm not sure that's going to be such an easy task.
Well, at least we'll have a good first step.
For Blight. That's it.
Okay. And you do get a lovely night's sleep. Right and
Somebody in
early.
my room.
No.
I can't sleep when there's somebody in my room.
You have my stilts.
As he's gradually loading his gun. Can't sleep when there's someone in my room.
I give him the stilts if it makes him leave. Thank you.
No girls allowed. Apparently no boys allowed either.
He was fine until I wanted to go to bed.
It's a very
No
easy...
one over 3 feet. No one over 3 feet allowed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she probably is taller than me. That would work.
But
Occupancy of room is 1.
Yeah. What
Fire
about
code
cargo?
guild set,
Yeah, we
bro.
can have one cargo.
1.5.
Yeah.
Cargo is
He's
half.
not living, so he doesn't count.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to be evacuated in case of a fire. He'll just be fine.
But yes, early, bright and early in the morning, you hear your traditional knock, knock, knock.
It's 9 a.m. Alright, I'm coming. Knock
It's your
over.
paper boy.
Yep. Knock over a petty
And he
cash
says-
jar to fling him a silver.
You weren't here yesterday.
Aye, we had a few things to do early on.
Oh, aye. That's alright. Well, here's your paper. I'm glad to see y'all doing alright.
Aye, no problems whatsoever. Cheers, there.
Cheers! And he bounds off.
Still can't believe he managed to get Bjorn on that.
After he did it multiple days in a row, too.
No, we should tell Bernard that it actually is 2 silver.
The Waterdeep Wazoo once more with feeling. Aye, Captain Curf in Waterdeep. Unexpected visit from the Luskan leader. What a fucking surprise. The Aye Captain from Ship Curf has appeared quite unexpectedly, unless you're clued in the city earlier this morning. While his exact location at the moment is unknown, Aye Captain Benny Yago Curf, age unknown, was spotted in the docks ward in the early hours of the morning. To a small collection of sailors near the docks, he gave a short speech related to his professed reason to being in the city. Sailor Kelton Masker, 28, was there and gave us a summary of what was spoken. I'm seeking an audience with the open lord. Luskin is a friend of Waterdeep. If she sees her or not, and friends help each other when they can. I'm simply here to return property stolen by an unscrupulous individual. Nothing more. This statement leaves more questions than answers. What help does the City of Sails offer us? What was stolen? Who stole it? Yeah, it's 2 fucking names at that point. And more importantly, how did Luskin acquire this object? Are they seeking to garner goodwill from the city in regards to their desires to join the Lord's Alliance? Is it some elaborate trick they plan to play on the city? Yes, to both. Hopefully by the end of the day we will have our answers. So there we go.
I should probably figure out some info, because I think that guy's still my cousin.
You're his nephew.
Correct?
What?
Is Beniaru is my cover cousin?
He's your cover cousin, yes.
I thought he was a nephew.
No. He is Zord's cousin. He's Zord's nephew.
Right.
I'm just gonna not be that guy though, so I don't need to worry about it for now.
No, you've not been
Yes.
asked to do it, so you don't. Although it wouldn't hurt to find out about him on your off time.
I just kind of assumed it was Charlaxle.
No.
No, that's
Captain
just
Kurth. Go on.
that's just about
Excellent,
4 or
that's-
5 of the people we've met so far today.
Yeah. High Captain Kurth is not Jarlaxle, no.
Does he know I'm his cousin?
And so Harden slides the paper to someone else.
Halfling. It's about food.
It was a disguise, love. He doesn't know about the disguise. It's okay.
I'm so confused.
It feels like either Horik or Lou. The new dish everyone is talking about.
You think you've gotten Horik out of the kitchen working on potatoes?
He's trying to become the potato master.
But this is the thing about food. It could help his quest.
Well, you'll have
New
to read it out
dish
loudly
everyone
to
is
him.
talking about.
Oh, you going for it, love? On you go.
I'm going for it. Seems the rest of these men can't.
Throwing down about reading an article in the paper.
I just don't want to get all my soup on the paper.
Free soup.
What an interesting line to draw in the sand there.
I'm dying.
Today, the city of Waterdeep is buzzing about the latest food trend to sweep the city, the dragon roll. Yes, you read that right, a dragon roll. Not to be confused with the fiery creatures that terrorize the countryside. Well, that's a little insensitive. Is a sushi roll filled with delectable ingredients such as eel, fish, and crab. The dish has quickly become a staple in many of the city's restaurants, with chefs experimenting with new flavors and ingredients to create their own unique spin on the classic dragon roll. Horik? Potato dragon roll.
You're fucking listening to this, aren't you?
Potato and sushi? Hmm.
Could be the breakthrough that we need.
Even the Blackstaff herself has been seen sampling the meal. That doesn't say if she liked it or not.
You don't have to.
The popularity of the dragon roll has even caused some controversy, with some claiming that the dish is actually a dragon egg and that consuming it should be forbidden. Well, that'd also be very, very expensive.
It'd
But
be fucking difficult to source.
true. However, these claims have been debunked by the city officials. You may enjoy in safety.
Well, I
I
wouldn't
think
mind
I will.
I wouldn't mind a wyvern egg, though. They're pretty rich.
Actually, when you think about it, some entrepreneurial dragon could probably increase their horse tenfold by just selling off eggs. That's why.
There's a bit of an emotional attachment involved there, though.
I mean, they like
That's
gold,
it.
but not that much.
Plus, it does involve
Well, I
a
mean-
second dragon. But don't squirt
Oh,
them
I
out
just-
like chickens, Bjorn.
Oh,
Alright, which one of you is fucking man enough to read words from a page? Because apparently there's a fucking measuring stick on this.
Well, as the crime expert here, I could probably do the crime report.
All right.
He'll steal for you. He'll do it.
I was also pondering you could also sell dragon rolls by putting a dragon inside. We have a bunch of them now.
But we're friends with our dragons.
Oh, we did.
Yes,
Kinda
but we could
lie to one of them.
increase. But we could increase the value of the roll to at least 1 gold, probably more.
Auric, you listen here. We could do little carved potatoes in the shape of dragons. And the roll could be their furled in wings.
Ooh.
Oh,
Probably with a bit of a breadcrumb crisping to them.
I
You
have
know,
an idea.
Well, yeah, I just
Potato
fucking gave you
bake.
one.
No, a potato bake, but we cut the potatoes so they look like dragon scales going down it in a nice golden brown layer.
Yeah,
Oh,
good
the
deal.
butter could be their hoard.
Oh, the best horde. Gold and gold.
Right, anyway, read the paper, you. Not on the fucking table.
Crime report. It's not an art crime, but it's almost as cool. Precious gemstone stolen. The city was rocked by a shocking crime last night as a prized gemstone was stolen from the vault of merchant Sylvana Prendel, 72. The gem, which has been estimated to be worth about 4,000 fucking rookie numbers, was taken from the secure storage facility sometime during the night and was discovered missing this morning. The Waterdeep City Watch is investigating the theft and has taken several individuals into custody for questioning. However, no arrests have been made yet, and the authorities are still searching for the culprit or culprits responsible for the crime. This is a heinous crime and a cowardly act, said Captain Haran. We are also doing everything in our power to recover the stolen gem and bring those responsible to justice.
Is Oranax taking up a life of crime now?
I mean, that would be quick.
Yeah, we only just brought the dragon out, and he kind of already started stealing gems.
I suppose living underneath the ground for so long might have made them a bit desperate for money, not exactly knowing how much things cost any longer.
He didn't in an inn room, so he had to get money somehow.
Okay, so all we need to do is look for the inn that was paid with a large gem. Yeah.
Alright, who's got the testicular fortitude for text?
Hey,
Right.
hand it over.
Eunuchs don't apply.
Wow.
Go on, you.
Letters to the editor. I witnessed a gnome bard performing an impromptu concert in the middle of the street, while a group of adventurers listened in awe. I know it's not news, but it really shows the real heart of Waterdeep. Us. Guthol
Habernacht.
Habernacht.
Pretentious dick.
I think the real heart of Waterdeep is art incarnate.
As a proud resident of the city, I've watched as it has become increasingly cluttered and disorganized. The streets are filled with litter, the roads are in disrepair, and it's all lost heart. Why not highlight these travesties? Gibbleworth, Bendacle.
Ah, good old Gibbleworth.
There you
That
go,
might have been the
Bjorn. You
kid I was
can...
making fun of for shoveling shit.
Yeah, it seems like the population of Waterdeep can't decide if it likes the city or not.
There you go, Bjorn. You get the shill.
Much appreciated.
I'm sure you're going to want to go to this place, right,
If
Bjorn?
only-
It really fits your style.
Aye.
If only you had enough testosterone pumping to done one of the previous stories.
Thor's purse. Fine ladies' purses and bags for sales and accessories galore. Need a clutch for the opera, an evening back for a party, a fashionable coin purse to pay for your rent, and even a functional bag for carrying groceries.
Took some real
Is that the
backbone
end
to tell a tale like that. Well done.
Hey.
It's also
just
a
gonna-
repeat. I waited until after you read it to tell you that.
I'm just going to run all the way over to Quaff Alley.
Alright, get yourselves washed up, well fed. We'll be heading out early to hear of his fucking proclamation that's going to be interrupted.
So I know that Silverhand didn't actually invite us, but are we supposed to like dress up like, we're the heroes that we are, frankly?
I'm pretty sure it's a public proclamation, so I think we just show up.
I want to dress fancy.
You can dress fancy if you want. I know Bjorn's going to be going in his finest plate.
Nah, I'm going to have to kind of take care of this, as I point out, with the Cenithar markings. Yeah, that's got to have to be dealt with first.
That's a shame. I was looking at you to show up like a proper dinner, in your fancy plate and cutlery.
It's a knife that also cooks the food while you cut it. That's what it was made for, right?
It toasts the bread as you're slicing it.
When the dinner party goes wrong, bring out the fancy plates, and it's a march of knights.
So, yes. The children do come up. Can we go? Can we go?
Aye, of course.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it was going to be dangerous. It is just
Remember, you have to
stage.
swap between who's got Balon's lead.
Okay. You're carrying Hooten, right?
Obviously.
Okay. So, what's the Open Lord going to be doing a speech on?
Well, what they're going to be doing a speech on will be interrupted by a bigger, fancier speech, I'm sure.
I should be able to help with that. I'm a major illusion. I'm sure he wouldn't mind at all.
I'm sure there's not trained mages just ready to go for anyone who gets all the wiggle fingers in the crowd. You took your horn and the Blackstaff's personal minions will probably fry your brain.
Yeah, I'm surprised I've been a stealth casting sorcerer this whole time. I can just do it very sneaky.
Well, your credentials as a bard are certainly wavy.
I might be a sorcerer, actually.
Don't know. I mean, if we say you're naturally gifted, I'm not sure we can say it as a positive.
I mean, I can naturally do magic. Doesn't mean I'm going to do good magic.
Fog cloud.
Fog cloud.
And you head on down to the castle, and you can see where, I mean, it's a small crowd. It's not like it's not a very big crowd at all. Everybody seems to be waiting for, as far as you can tell from the crowd, people have said it's supposed to be a speech on the renovations for the City of the Dead. Specifically dealing also with some of the rumors that the undead have been getting up and walking about. Nobody has any inclination that something's going to be more serious than that. Nothing seems out of place. Until eventually you do see Mert himself walks over to you all and goes, "Oh, I didn't expect to see you all here."
Hey, what's up, Mert? We heard there was a speech.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I thought it rather odd Laeral requested my presence for this.
Yeah. Told the same thing to us.
Oh, what is it, some news about that thing that she was asking for you?
As far as we know, that might get brought up.
See my shiny new badge?
We didn't get a lot of details back. You know, it was all in her hands.
Oh, what do you mean it's all in her hands?
Well, we did crack open the vault.
You did?
It's full of gold.
Oh! Wow, I guess she's this. Wow.
I thought she told you.
No, I was just told to come on down.
Well, maybe we're going to have a little surprise party.
Well, that might be rather pleasant. That's very good news, actually.
Maybe I'll get a second badge just like this one.
Yeah, we're surprised when we got to see who the Xanathar's third in command was.
He was the toughest one.
Actually, he was the first in command.
With no build-up. No presence whatsoever. He didn't exist until the fight.
He walked by us once.
Yeah, he did walk by you all once. But he didn't see you. That's about it, yeah.
We could have ganked him then and there. Then who would have been in the vault?
It would have been the Xanathar.
Yeah, I probably would have had to put Xanathar in there. I was out of people. You just decimated the entire Xanathar structure. I probably would have had to pull out the emergency illithid. There is an emergency illithid.
The swashbuckler one, because you misread the stat blocks.
It's just... Yeah.
Watch fucking illithid sounds fucking hilarious.
Well, yeah, it was a Puffin Forest, but he mentioned. He had the illithid fighting, but then looked and realized he got the stat blocks mixed up with a nimble right.
So I do have
like
a question.
The idea of an elephant with a fancy hat and a rapier.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically a Barbosa in the Caribbean Pirates.
I mean, there is one in
It's Davy Jones.
sure that
Barbosa.
ages ago, didn't Arena of the Avernus one. There is a pirate captain running around in the fucking wasteland there in the comic.
Lou, I did have a question for you specifically.
Yes.
Has your associate mentioned anything interesting going on?
Nothing since
would-
the big news thing, but if I don't know. Maybe that's something to do with the vault.
Because I didn't read the papers, and that had me a little bit nervous.
And I think it's all good. They didn't. There was no indication of any sort of attack or anything.
Oh, very well. I was hoping that you are new, so it wouldn't be a surprise that you're not sure what's going on.
Yeah, plus I've been out of the house, so maybe they swung by and just missed me.
And while Mert was starting to say something else, you do get a little bit of fanfare, and you see that the Open Lord is leaving the castle and going up to her podium to start her speech. And she gets up there, and insight check.
Oh no.
From everybody, or
Yeah, anybody who's interested.
Lou's dad, does he get advantage to check if it's him?
You don't know that's dad. But as a matter of fact, Layral looks very confused. It's a very momentary flicker. Harton does not actually pick this up for once.
I've got my kids. I'm busy.
Yeah. So everybody but Harton notices that Layral, she seems fine, but she also kind of twigs in, like the fact that you all and Mert are here. She wasn't expecting you all to show up. And she's not worried about it, just kind of like, oh, that's useful. And she starts going into her speech. Again, it is about the City of the Dead and some of the restoration projects, and dealing with the rumors of undead wandering around in the City of the Dead. Not at all saying anything relating to a vault and dragons, anything like that. And things are progressing. It's a very boring speech, actually, as a matter of fact. Some of you probably are ready to drift off. Until up over this way, from the Docksboard area, comes up a group of individuals. And Harton and Bjorn, you can give me a history check on this. Because you have been in the City of Sales.
Fuck, I think those are the people we owe money.
Yeah.
They're coming to collect.
Can't be, they've got
Bjorn
all their
does-
teeth.
Bjorn's already got it, but give me a second one because you actually get advantage on this one. Only Bjorn gets advantage.
see if you
Oh,
roll
I
a
get
20. Let's
advantage?
go.
Only Bjorn gets advantage. Just to see if you can get, 19 is more than adequate anyways. Both of those.
A crit would have been funny.
Bjorn, you swear, you were drunk when you were in the One-Eyed Jacks before. You were drunk off your gourd. You swear up and down you recognize one of the humans that have come marching down. He's a moderately tall, maybe 5'6"-ish, 5'7"-ish, average build. Very thin and lanky. Fiery red hair. Looks like he's in charge. And something kind of twicks in your brain because you're standing there with Harton. You remember what Harton looked like back then? Which hasn't been, ridiculously long time. But something in your brain kind of triggers up, hold up, something, the puzzle pieces are not going together. Because you're looking at Harton, who is aged, and you're looking at this bloke.
Fucking graceful,
Who has not
mind your
aged.
manners.
Aged gracefully, but
Not as good as
gracefully
me.
still aged.
Still fit as a
Something-
fucking fiddle. I got another 40 years adventuring.
800 years to become as buff as you.
Maybe 30 years retiring after that. Come on.
You know, Bjorn, that this has to be the High Captain Kurth. Not only the entourage he's got, and the fact that he actually does have armed guards, but he looks the same. Which isn't how this works. People, whenever they get older, he still looks to be in his early 30s. He should not be. Something is wrong. And you see this group being led by this young red-headed man. On either side of him, he has 2 elven women.
Mm-hmm.
Behind them is 2 more, what looks to be advisors. And standing right behind this fiery red-headed man is a much shorter human with an outrageous hat and an eye patch. There's also a grand total of 4 guards, armed guards, marching in behind them. And Laerol is giving her speech. She turns, she looks, and you can tell she does one of those double look things and then just pretends that the situation is not transpiring and keeps speaking. She is flat out ignoring the newcomers, and they do quite patiently wait as she finishes her speech. They are not interrupting, they are just waiting. Although it's quite clear nobody in the crowd is paying attention to Laerol anymore, as they're just staring. You don't normally see foreign dignitaries go marching up and just standing there and listening to the Open Lord speech. Mert is not looking thrilled right now. And Mert is also giving you, Lou, a look to see if you
Could be
have any
related.
idea what's going on.
Oh, I mean, I've never seen that guy before in my life.
I mean, you didn't actually have to roll deception. You've never seen High Captain Beniago Kurth before in your life.
Of course, I'm looking at Derlaxel. Hat? What kind of hat is that? Who would wear a hat like that?
He said, wishing he had one of his own.
He adjusts his own hat, which is quite good, which is quite fancy.
That is your boss. In the outrageously plumed hat.
Oh, I did knock the same hat off of his head.
That's also High Captain Beniago Kurth of Luskin.
He looks important. I saw in the papers he was supposed to be here.
He was not supposed to be here. He showed up last night. Quite unexpectedly.
Seems like he wants to do a nice thing.
They don't do nice things for free. He is in league with Bragan Dareth.
So I should try to buddy up to him, too.
No, don't try anything stupid.
That's his
Okay.
fucking card gone then.
I mean, I'm really a useless agent at this point. My one plan. I mean, it works in the movies.
But, yes, Laerol does completely finish her speech. And when there is normally going to be polite applause or, huzzas, there's nothing. As everybody looks at the newcomers, and you just see the individual who's been named as High Captain Kurth gives a very polite and obnoxiously loud clap.
Yay, woo!
Bravo, Open Lord. If I may, I do apologize for causing a little bit of a disturbance, but I believe I need to speak with you. And she just politely says, do speak to my advisors. They'll be more than happy to assist you. And he clarifies, well, madam, I do have something that I believe is yours, and I do believe that you will want it. And he pulls a little folded black cloth out of his jacket. And she is not looking much chuffed at the situation. And give me perceptions.
Oh, wait, no, I had disadvantage.
The druid at least notices there seem to be more guards on the roof than there had been before. Or at least they are making themselves
Gaddix
visible.
isn't tall enough. He can't see the roof.
And he just quite calmly takes the little bit of cloth just says, I think you're going to want to look at this. And he kind of gives a little bit of a toss. You see a whole bunch, at least the druid sees a whole bunch of people aiming, both at a mixture of the High Captain and the cloth. And it plops down on the stage next to Laeral's feet. She peers in and visibly goes white as a sheet. He just says, I believe that you were missing this, yes? Is this not the hoard of gold that Dagalt Neverember stole from your city? She is looking now directly at you all. Completely wide-eyed. Mert is also looking at you all.
I should probably put out all my badges now. Put on the harper one. Put on.
She fucking showed up in the vault with us. We thought she had it all in hand.
Yeah, I thought she told you too, Mert.
We have been deceived.
She what?
She helped us with it because there was, I think, yeah, it was some people in the vault. She helped us.
Hey, because you know we've got these badges, so she always knows where we are.
Mm-hmm.
Even the dragon recognized her. Kind of.
Put some respect on her name.
And you do see there is a lot. This has caused a kerfluffle. Everybody around you is kind of doing a bit of discussing.
Of course, inwardly just thinking, fuck you, Jarlaxle, for complicating this.
We could have left without the fucking staff.
If we hadn't been invited, this would have been fine.
Yeah.
But he wanted a fucking audience.
And
Well,
you do notice the obnoxiously plumed hat individual is grinning like the Cheshire Cat and is enjoying every moment of this. Laeral very quickly scoops up the portable hole, closes it back up, and does not say anything other than gestures for the Luskan crew to follow and marches back into the gate into the castle. And they follow. Once the gate is shut behind them, everybody in the nearby area is gossiping, and there is a lot of tittering. Mert, however, turns around and gestures for you all to follow.
Yeah, on we go.
I mean, this whole thing seems to be deemed good at disguises, huh? The party, now this?
Yep. He drags you off to the side and just... What happened? In the vault?
We were having a chatter with the guardian of it. And when we got to a bit of a stalemate, fucking... what looked like Laurel Silverhand walked into the room. Seemed
And
pretty,
did what?
Seems legit.
pretty convincing. Helped us chat with the dragon.
She even told us the thing with the badges, that she couldn't sense them anymore. So she knew about those.
We managed to
Seems
come.
like she must have actually known a little bit.
But yeah, we just go a brief and managed to reach a nice diplomatic exchange. But the dragon realised that this is Waterdeep's money, not Neverwinter's.
Yeah, so we.
And then
happy
the
to give it,
scuffle
happy
with
to give it back.
then the scuffle of what remained of Xanathar's strong arm.
You also mentioned the staff.
No,
It's not.
like it's just a sort of a mix of things.
Yeah,
But
everything we say is true.
But I mean, if he brings it up, it's just a case of I handed it to her.
No, he actually does not know about the staff. And Laeral Silverhands also did not know that the staff was there. All right. This is a headache.
Yeah, do you think this counts as the something big they were talking about?
Yes.
Yes, Lou.
This-
Yes, I believe it was. Have you tried those dragon rolls yet?
It sounds so good.
We are going to be entering the castle. We are going to be waiting. I think Laeral will want to have a word with you and potentially I.
I'm looking forward to getting a balking about this.
So you think? Wait, so Laeral didn't actually tell you to be here, but she did, but she didn't.
I don't think she knew I was going to be here.
Like, I'm pretty sure it was your boss that sent out the invites. You know, your current fake one
With the hat.
with the hat.
Oh, this is not what I wanted to be doing today.
To be fair, I was hoping for a lie-in myself.
Yeah, I thought the speech was going to be important, which I guess it was, but...
I mean, it's important in the infrastructure of the city, which we should care about, after all, Tap's badge.
And the water, and the... the city of the dead, we do have some sort of investment in with the necromancer, you know.
Aye. Just important to keep the infrastructure going.
Yeah, Mert, you like our badges?
He's just looked at you sidelong.
We're trying to distract from the fact that there's too much to think about right now in this mess.
Yeah, how much gold is missing right now?
500,000.
Yeah. Should have taken some off the top. Shit.
Well, I believe you're getting a payment from Laeral.
Well, I mean, if she ever gets the money.
I don't know how secure that is, since we apparently handed it off to someone else and it's just been given back that way in a bit of a public embarrassment.
I can understand her perhaps docking some pay.
She might hold it against us a bit.
I still wish I can keep the badge, though. I mean, that's very cool.
It's not like we're festooned with magic items to detect deceivery like this.
No. If he came to you in disguise, I don't think you'd be really seeing through it. The fact that you saw through it once was a miracle.
Cut back to Harton picking out his disguise every fucking time. The weeks of him staring at Captain Zord.
I bet he wasn't actually wearing his outfit that he has in the token.
Or was he?
Could have been underneath, you're right.
He's never actually worn that outfit in front of you all.
We don't have enough single female or male NPCs for that to happen.
Just, you all still did well. I cannot find fault in what you did. That's
Hopefully
beyond
help the
what
city.
if all that gold is there, then yes. I mean, in the end, it still did assist the city. Just
Think Neverember's gonna be mad?
oh, no doubt. Of course he will be.
That's
But what's he going to do about it?
that's where the job satisfaction kicks in.
Yes, enraging him is a bonus. Which actually, yes, that come to think of it, he probably extra did that. He and Jarlaxle don't get along apparently.
There's not a lot of people that meet Neverember and get along with him.
Yes, he's made a lot of enemies recently, including with his neighbor, which is not necessarily a good thing to do.
Still owes me 20 fucking gold as well, the cunt.
You got him for 500k. I think it evens out.
It'd be nice if I had that, but it's not really mine.
Port Last is thrown in with Luskin. Gauntlgrim seems to be very frosty with Neverwinter at this point in time.
Ironic.
And yes, there's a lot of light conversation, but before long, a guard does come out and gestures for you all to enter the castle.
Oh boy.
And as you all are going in and heading to where the guard is taking you, a very large contingent of guards is escorting the Luskin crew out. And as you go by, the obnoxiously plumed hat individual proceeds to give you all a very theatrical bow, making sure to hold on to the hat on the top of his head. And bids you all a very good day.
What a fancy wee ponce, I make sure to say to Mert. With zero deception in voice.
You can.
I think you're allowed to put on all your hats now, Lou. Any hat you feel like. And the eye patch.
I'm going to have the biggest hat. The biggest hat in the world.
Speaking of Lou, what are you wearing right now?
A pretty fancy garb, kind of like probably like the undershirt from the fancy suit that they bought him.
Yeah, captain's outfit.
Yeah, puffy sleeves, you know.
Are you wearing your eye patch and a hat?
Probably no eye patch for now today, but the hat, the fancy round hat, yeah.
Okay.
Eye patch is in the pocket though, just in case.
But yes, the fancy hatted Ponce does wish you all a good day, as he and the other group are escorted out, and you are all put into a side room. Felric is looking nervous.
Why did we bring him along?
Well, surprisingly enough, apparently he cannot be his disguise can't be detected in a normal way. Actually, surprisingly.
But they might be able to smell a rat.
And it does not take long before a very, very infuriated Laeral comes stomping into the room. She's scary when she's mad.
Just before that happened, were we alone in the side room?
No, we had Mert.
Okay. Yeah, then it was because otherwise it would have gone to Felric like, isn't he just a wonderful boss to be working for?
What a peach.
Why would start to be his kid, right?
Laeral enters the room, and she sits down with a huff like you wouldn't have expected to see from a politician. And
Sorry,
just
Laeral.
says, "That was wonderful."
What?
That was a fair old bit of dramatics, aye.
I have been informed of the deception. I cannot blame you, and I feel idiotic for not having done what he excused. Because I did feel you all disappear from my radar. And she doesn't use the word radar, but I did feel you all disappear from my senses, but you came back and I didn't investigate, and I should have.
Just having this nice plate of brie.
I was halfway through and it's like, I can't put this away. It's here now.
Yeah. If it gets cold, it won't be so melty on the cracker.
And I have this wine to go with it.
I had assumed that maybe it was just a... I didn't know, but if you'd been gone for long, I would have tried to investigate, but it was such a short time.
Surprisingly, once through the doors, there was just one fucking horrendous little trap. The rest was pretty simple.
Do you know what all he has?
He had some fancy magic items he was using, I guess. He was trying to pretend to do spells.
No. What did he take
Well,
beyond the gold?
Well, that's the thing. It was a staff. Because it was very important for the dragon, and then I managed to talk him down about it, and then handed it over, and I handed it over to who I thought was the Open Lord of Waterdeep.
Yeah, and all the gold in his staff and all this stuff.
I actually had heard about it, and all it was a case of this.
Dragon staff.
Aye, this. Well, we thought it had to be in your hands since it's about the defense of a city.
You did make a really good argument as to why you should have it.
Mert has gone sheet white. You know those elves that were with him? They were dragons.
That's fucking... Oh, God.
He brought 2 dragons into the city.
Honestly, I thought he would take more than like one day to do it.
He took an evening.
I thought maybe a week, you know.
Yeah.
Just immediately got on the phone. Yo, boys, you want to go hang out in fucking Waterdeep?
Okay, ladies, I want to tap that, but we're going to do it in Waterdeep.
He just had them on a boat ready to go as soon as they got the fucking staff.
We're going to do it in a way you've never done, inside the City of Splendor.
He had them with a Camuriel.
Oh, we don't know about him.
No, you know about Camaro.
No, we don't know about him. We deny everything.
Yeah, and you could probably get the admission out of me that I'm working for Jarlaxle, but not that I know Camiro.
No, she did not say that because she doesn't know how.
After that book he did on therapy, we don't know Camariel.
He didn't say it, and he refused to admit it. But you all just confirmed it. He has the dragon staff.
That would explain the dragons.
Yes,
Yeah.
Lou. Yes, it would.
So now there's 3 times as many dragons in Waterdeep as there was yesterday, correct? Not quite. Only twice as many.
Shut the fuck up.
This is a disaster.
I mean, did they at least offer to give the money back?
Yes, he's given it back in full, as a matter of fact. As well, we haven't counted it out yet, but as far as we know, it is all there, minus. And she picks up a pouch and she jingles it. He was so thoughtful as to make sure to remove your portion.
Very gracious.
Wish he would have just given it to us yesterday for all that.
I'm guessing the staff weren't in the pile.
No, only coins. Here, and she tosses 2 bags, and they're identical. Both of them have 5,000 coins each. I cannot be mad. You did what you were supposed to do. You saw me in the vault. Yes, giving me the staff and the coins would have been the right decision if it had been me. I cannot hold fault for what you did.
I guess we should also try to fix this some other way.
You all should not be the ones to fix this. You do not deal with Jarlaxle. I know you are, and she points to Lou.
Okay, yeah.
Do
He's
not,
probably going to contact me after this.
Yes, no doubt. Just play it safe, please.
I doubt they'll send me in any danger anyway.
Make sure you're not caught. I don't think he's the sort of individual who would enjoy knowing that he has a spy in his ranks. That's spying on him anyways.
Right. I'll make sure to pass on any info to Mirth.
In other news, we may have taken out more of Zenithar along the way.
I heard something
Maybe.
about his second in command.
And his first and his third.
Yeah, we killed the first one a couple of weeks ago. Maybe he's going on a roll.
You
That
know,
was-
one problem caused, one problem solved.
But importantly, we freed his chef.
We need to get in contact with him for that honey.
One thing at a time.
This. And she just rubs her temples. I hate being in charge sometimes.
Certainly looks a
Heavy
bit.
as the crown.
Aye.
Particularly with a pompous twit like that.
On the bright side, you do get at least some of the credit for recovering 500,000 gold.
Yes, and all of it is back, I'm pretty sure. Again, it hasn't been fully counted, but I assume that, yes, that is the full amount. So it's not the
Also-
worst case for Waterdeep.
Me and Harton as captains, we probably shouldn't go around bragging that we were also in the vault because that would make us look bad.
We should not be mentioning this, really.
It's all right. You can bring it up.
Well, it's just it's a
You
done
can-
chapter. We'll move on to new adventures.
Hey,
I'm gonna write
ladies,
some
I was in the
songs.
vault, said Lou.
No one's gonna hold any of this against you. It's just it was stolen out from under the city's nose. It's fine.
Relax, ladies. You want to go down to the vault where I got this staff in the first place?
Just do not mention anything about the staff. The public doesn't even know about the staff. This is something that is an unknown fact. If the general populace even knew that there was an exception to the Dragon Ward, there could be panic in the streets. We cannot have that. There are no dragons in Waterdeep, and there will never be dragons in Waterdeep.
There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
Does everybody understand me? This is one thing I must be very, very crystal clear on.
Aye.
Yes, we just recovered a bunch of gold, and then we're robbed.
2 hours later, sitting there with having tea and crumpets with Wish.
So, as far as the general populace knows, you all assisted with retrieving the gold,
That we did.
Correct.
and that is good for everybody.
Yes.
Luskin gets its little puff of notoriety and friendship. And
Friendship.
a new diplomatic channel has been opened.
Channel.
One with some fucking strings on it.
And the looming threat of dragons.
That's a string.
Do you think dragons
Yes.
would want to ravage Waterdeep just for like fun? Just for the
It's the fact that now it's a possibility they could even go in.
More specifically, this is the most prosperous city on the Sword Coast. Any
Yeah.
dragon that is of the inclination to do so would love to ravage this city, not for the fun, but for the rewards.
fair.
And now we have somebody who could theoretically let infinite dragons into the city,
For
and
a
we would
nominal
have
fee.
very little. Yeah.
Well, you do have these big statues. That's something, I guess.
Insight.
Nope.
Yep, you have the big statues. She doesn't seem horribly. It's just like, yes, I have the statues. Does anybody else want to try?
Yeah, sure, let's see if I can get a decent roll for
Why
once
not?
today.
Harton and Bjorn. You get the strong impression that she is not so certain about the statues.
Well, you could always drum up a bit of a defense contract for a few more ballista.
We have our Griffin Riders as well.
Ooh, griffins. Nah, I've got one bird at a one. I'm fine.
We are not undefended. I'm going to, and you can see she just winces at the thought. I'm going to have to let the Black Staff know. And we will have to make preparations just in case. And she hems and haws. I don't think he's actually going to do anything.
Not without an
I don't.
audience.
No, just in general. I don't think his plan is to lead an attack on Waterdeep. That was posturing. He's posturing and making a point that he could. I'm
I mean-
aware enough about him. I don't think that's his goal. I think he's simply trying to make a point that he could, but he isn't.
Which is a fucking horrible way to start a relationship.
He's trying to get the attention. And if anything, I have a feeling that he's trying to make it a point that I could barter for that staff. Or at minimum, he might be trying to call it even. I know he thinks Waterdeep owes him a little bit.
Hmm.
This would put him on even.
Alright then.
So, I apologize for you all being roped into this mess. And don't think that I blame you because, again, this is something that's a bit out of your control. Most people would have probably fallen for the same disguise. The dragon certainly did.
Surprising that.
So you all are excused. We might call upon you again shortly. Just don't be surprised if you have a lot of attention on you. Now that, well, a payment like this doesn't go unnoticed for long.
We do have a business to promote, so I really can't complain.
No doubt you'll be doing very good business. Oh, but if
Maybe
you
we'll make
excuse
12
me,
gold this 10 day.
if you excuse me, I have a lot of work to do. Mert, please come with me. And she exits very quickly with Mert behind. And you all are very quickly escorted out.
So that's a total of 15,000 gold.
Yep.
No, you have a well, yeah. With
Yeah.
Relaxel's
Per
5,000 and that 10, yeah.
So actually, how do we divide that up?
Well, first of all, before we give Bernard anything, we'd subtract first to get rid of his tab. So 20 gold, Bernard.
You did it.
That's down from 1875 each.
And we'll just carry it in our pocket.
Yeah, I'm putting mine in my pocket right now, guys. I'm taking my share.
Let's take a look. How much does that weigh? My weight jumped up to 426.
Oh my god.
You could probably just exchange it for platinum.
Yeah, there we go. My previous weight was 65.
The total amount, 15,000 divided by 8 would be 1,875 each.
Yeah, so that puts me up to 2170. I'm fucking rich.
How much? What did you say?
1875 each.
1875. All right.
It was a good year.
And as you all are walking back, do you have any discussions?
I have over carrying capacity. Imagine that. This is base 10, right?
Yep. It's time to start swapping shit from Electrum as well, which is base 2.
So gold goes into Electrum at 10?
Nope.
Oh.
Gold goes
It goes
into
to
platinum
platinum
at 10.
Yeah.
Oh, platinum, that's right. Why isn't this in order?
It is. From right to left. Copper, silver, Electrum, gold, platinum.
Okay, I thought Electrum was above. Okay. Yeah.
No, Electrum's awkward.
Okay, so I think that is correct then, or close enough at least.
That's why no one uses Electrum.
Now the Tavern
Yeah,
Petty
it doesn't
cash
really
of
come up much.
Now the Tavern Petty cash of 260 is actually petty cash.
There we go. Now I
Harton,
weigh
you
substantially
feel a
less.
tug on your sleeve. It's Squidly.
Aye, lad?
So, what happened and why was it bad?
Right, because we probably kept them in a waiting room aside from that.
Yes.
Well, gotta be honest with you, kid. It's a case of Laura was embarrassed by that little display. It's a case of this Ponzi one swanned up in, showed off he got the job done, and, made a gift of it. That's a bit annoying for one thing. The other thing is the stick. Because the city doesn't let dragons in. It's protected that way magically. This stick does let ones pop in. It can also stop them getting in. And the open lord would feel very more comfortable if she had that under the possession of, the Waterdeep government and all that there. As opposed to in the hands of someone who fucking loves the center of attention. And making a show of things. He'll probably hand it over eventually, although I don't know if he's not going to make a copy or not. But it's mainly the big public spectacle of it all and being a bit sort of beholden to him for a while.
Ah. Oh, so it's like if somebody does something for you, but then they're doing it for their own reasons and not just to be nice?
And they're grinning in your face while they do it. It's a bit irritating.
Oh. Yeah, that's not so good.
Not too bad though. I mean, we know him roughly, sort of, a little bit. I know I've got him by the short and curlies at least. He says to himself.
He is not a complete asshole like Xanathar.
and Nat just kind of pokes your head inside and goes, "Are you talking about my friend?"
Aye.
Oh
One
dear.
of them.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Not the one that speaks with its mind.
No, that's not my friend. That's my master. He teaches me how to do the psionics.
Hey,
Difference.
We'll say tutor.
Alright.
That's got less connotations to it. Of
Oh. Well, he doesn't say that.
course he wouldn't. Right, let's try out this new little food fad and then go on home for a wee bit. Well, maybe we can take a wee jaunt bar, but I have just walked once again the fucking length of the city first thing in the morning. Why does this fucking happen to me every fucking day?
But you walked all this way for dragon rolls, remember?
No, I did this for speech, for eventual
But there's
payday.
dragon rolls. Look, it's right over there. I see a little stand.
And yes, you have successfully completed the dragon heist.
Hooray!
Hey.
Xanathar's still at large. Nothing was solved.
We just
In
he's
fact,
gonna replace
we might
those
have
people.
made the situation a bit worse for Waterdeep.
Manshu's ready to enact his plan.
How are we going to explain this to RX?
You would have a very not happy dragon show up and go, "Did you know about this?"
Yeah, we'll
No.
tell him the same thing we told Mert.
We were
Well,
Little Silverhand showed up.
You saw her. We saw her. We believed her. You believed her.
Yeah.
Turns out it was just a funny hat.
How come you didn't see through the disguise?
Yeah, I mean, he should be the one who's almost infallible.
We've just got temporary mortal eyesight.
Oh, I've also got suspicious brains, but never mind.
But
excuse us, we are going to abandon the problem that we have caused and go deal with the problem we were originally set down to solve.
unexpectedly, your tavern is hopping that night. You have a lot of people going in and out and asking lots of questions.
Oh, I will put on a show.
Before I head back there from the morning, can I go down to the harbour and check on our little bronze dragon? See if he can wander into the city now.
No.
Yeah, he says that he
Yeah.
cannot.
And now you've depressed him.
Okay.
We
I
can still
didn't
ask Relax
mention
to let him in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
at a later
maybe we can
time,
arrange
maybe.
something. Hopefully. I mean, he seems like a nice fellow.
I give him an overcoat and call him a kobold. I mean, how many people be able to tell the difference?
He's a dragonborn with horrible birth defect.
He really is a halfling dragonborn.
Mm.
At the end of the night, after the tavern is closed, you go upstairs to the common room, and a certain someone is sitting in your chair, Hurton.
Even
Oh,
though.
no.
Damn it, Theric.
Velrek is I was down in the tap room with you.
Besides, Felric's favorite chair is clearly Lou's lap.
You have a bright red Felrek.
I feel like Lou would be the one sitting on the lap instead. I don't know why. It
Yeah.
just feels like that's the way it
He
would
just-
be.
He has it backwards. He just thinks that's how laps work. He has it backwards.
Well, did you all have a pleasant day? Because I did.
Oh yeah, explaining things was very nice.
Well, you knew that you were going to have to explain some things eventually.
Luckily we didn't ask further questions yet.
I think Mert might be a little bit suspicious of me working for you, working for him.
I mean, he did tell you to do so.
Yeah, I think he wants more information soon, though, so let's feed him some bullshit.
I will. But if anything, it should make this a whole lot more believable. I knew to go because I was keeping an eye on you.
Right.
Ah, the spy spies on the spy.
Exactly.
But you
That's
had
what
to
I do.
You had to bring dragons into the city immediately, huh?
I'm honestly kind of impressed.
He just grins and says, well, conveniently, they were already in Luskin. So when I went to retrieve Beniago, it was easy to bring them along. And they are good sorts. Copper dragons.
Kind of like the defender of the
Yeah.
vault. He's a good guy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they
I
are.
mean, you would have had a really adorable dragon in the harbor as well to bring along.
No, I don't. First off, I wanted to make sure that they were in disguise. I don't want to cause panic in the city. That's not what I want to do. If anybody even thinks that a dragon is walking in the city, no, that's not something I'm willing to do. That's something for Layrol, and for Layrol alone. That would make her job more difficult, and frankly, it would also cause issues for Luskin if it got out as well. I'm not going to be making open threats against Waterdeep. I don't want to.
Little baby threats.
No, it's more of a reminder. But either way, the situation is admirably resolved.
We're rich.
You are. And, of course, he pulls out a stack of papers. I think these are yours, are they not?
I don't know, it's been so long, I think the fucking rights of ownership have shifted.
I only had him for about 5 minutes, so I really can't claim ownership.
He gives a laugh. But I have them, they have been translated. And, of course, more importantly, I have instructions to where they've been hiding.
I've got a guess, to be perfectly honest, at this point.
Where?
Well,
I mean, directly below us?
considering it's probably the language of the squiddly things, what with all the confirmation all, I'm guessing some deep, dark fucking hole in the ground that just keeps going down.
They are in the Underdark, yes.
Swell.
Yeah. I'm gonna be right at home, sort of.
They're in the North Dark, specifically.
I'm sure it makes a massive difference.
There was a small outpost. It used to be a trading outpost from Minzo Baranzan. It was abandoned because the whole area had been slightly caved in quite some time ago. But as far as we can tell, they've cleared out some of it and they've re-inhabited bits. Shouldn't be more than, let's say, a 10 days walk from Luskin.
Well, that's a long walk from here.
I would assume that you'd probably take a boat.
Save that for when we're in the fucking caves with no fucking sky or proper wind.
Aye, a proper place to live.
I'm curious to see what it's like.
And I hope you fucking up, Chuck, you bloody mole.
Well, I think it's just about fair that you start being on my home turf and me having to have to run around on your home turf.
Oh, look at you thinking the Underdark is your home turf. That's below where you dwarves dig.
Jarlaxle gives a bit of a chuckle and just says, well, it will take some time to be able to prepare an expedition, but give me about 10 days and I should be back to arrange things for you. I'll even be magnanimous enough to give you a boat.
Like give, or like borrow, give?
As in, you will get free transport.
Oh, okay. How much does the boat cost?
A lot.
I mean, he currently has a lot.
More than 2,000 gold?
Potentially. However, you're going to also want a crew, and frankly, if you're heading to Luskin, you're going to want a particular crew. I've been doing a lot of work, but I wouldn't say it's the safest place in Faerun yet.
Okay, I'm not gonna look at give boat in the mouth.
but I could quite easily send you up to Luskin, and we have direct path into the Underdark from the city itself, obviously. It's a slightly safer route as well, because we use this route for trade. So really, you're going to be off the beaten path for only 5 days there, 5 days back?
We still got a little vacation between now and then.
Mm-hmm. And then, of
Nice.
course, the boat ride. That's a vacation for some of you all. And he gives you a wink, Bjorn.
Is there any magic item you can give him to help with that?
I don't
Yes,
have one
and then
on me.
sits back silently.
No, he does say, I don't have one on me.
Oh, I don't know when Bjorn's birthday is, but
Well, we got it. We got it. Well, just right near. Maybe she can make up some concoction. Just
Oh,
make
true.
me fall asleep the whole time.
Have any of you been in the Underdark before?
possibly.
Even he hasn't.
I don't think I likely was ever down there.
If you have, you don't remember.
Unless you dug fucking properly deep. No, I'm pretty sure we're all a bit on the surface. You, Bernard? You're the one I don't know the history of.
Bernard.
Watch.
Yes.
Have you been to the Underdark before?
I don't believe so. I like skies and plants and things.
Aye, those are quite nice. I quite like to have them as a constant in my life.
Heard I got mushrooms down there.
Whoa.
Not really the same.
Well, at least you'll only be down there for a short while.
Fucking stop smiling when you say that.
Hey, Jarlaxle doesn't know that that's going to be a lie.
How do you miss the
Well, no.
smallest of the fucking modules? Right.
Well, I suppose you'll need equipment. And I'd be happy to loan at least some of them.
I'll leave the work out what we even need.
Yeah, well, we have time to figure it all out.
And I do have another question on where you're planning on keeping the children. I don't advise they go down.
Yeah, I also can't wait to tell them that we're going down underground.
I'm sure they can run the place, right, while we're gone?
I mean, yes, they could. I wouldn't put it past them, to be honest.
I mean, they do have Selkie, what was it, Thomas and Trumpeter to help.
Well, I don't want them to be in the empty house while, during the nights. Maybe we could ask them to move in temporarily.
Everyone's got these opinions about my fucking kids.
Oh, you don't want them to be alone in the house.
No, I don't.
Well-
I'm pondering on this bit.
Jarlaxle raises a hand. May I offer a suggestion?
Are you thinking of crash on one of the cruisers?
Oh, no, specifically I was thinking they might want to accompany you up to Luskin. If they do, they of course could stay in the city and be wards of High Captain Kurth, and he would keep an eye on them. They'd be
I
able
have
to do their
another
schooling.
suggestion. I could get in touch with my aunt and see if she can take them in for a while.
That's also a suggestion, yes.
Lou, as someone who once posed as a relative of Beniago himself, what do you think he's like with kids?
I mean, he doesn't look like he's super old. He can probably hang, talk about, kicking rocks and stuff, whatever kids do.
Jarlaxle gives a laugh at that. He is very amiable.
He just got the staff.
He's a very amiable individual. And he wouldn't be generally doing most of the direct care. I would have somebody assigned directly for that.
Oh, of course, Kribbig. Life of a party.
least we trust him.
No.
Good guy.
I'm only joking about that.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, where is Felric? Is Felric coming?
Felric is with you all, actually.
He's in the room.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, is he coming to the Luskin and Underdark?
That is something that we're in the middle of discussing. I am of the opinion that if Felric is all right with it, and he does pause a little bit, I would be willing to send him down because you will need a guide. And Kribbig would make an excellent guide. And you see Felric kind of pauses, but then eventually nods. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to. And that's settled. Normally, I wouldn't be sending somebody like Felric along with you for something like this, but he does have history with you. And a little extra help won't hurt.
And we're not meant to be going to any drow settlements anyway.
Correct. As a
Just
matter of fact,
in and out.
I highly suggest. Yes.
Like ripping off a band-aid, quick as anything.
It should be relatively simple. But either way, wherever you decide to send the children, if you want, I can even leave a guard with them just in case.
Yeah, we'll talk to him. By we, I mean Arden.
Hurton and Uzana are their parents. I would hope that they're the ones making the decision.
Funnily enough, the nun never came round to make it official.
Well, unfortunately, she's actually rather busy. She was just recently down to Zord's ships, getting a tour with the children. Apparently, the children are very fond of Zord, and he gives a little grin.
Yeah, not worrying at all.
I wonder when Zord's going to come by for a drink again.
He raises an eyebrow.
Always so nice when you get to see new stock of flavor just showing up.
All these potential sticky fingers. You got to pick
They're
a pocket
children,
or
and they
two.
deserve a little bit of a pick-me-up.
Aye.
It's nice to see them happy for a change.
And not tormented, Lou.
Well, speaking of Lou,
fucking
would you
told
mind...
me.
What?
Elric told me, Lou.
Look, all I'm saying is when I was their age, I was not shoveling shit.
Manure is shit. Yes, you fucking were.
I got to do the hay. My siblings had to do the shit.
I think he means metaphorically.
Lou, why are you giving orphans some guff when you could be considered one yourself?
I think it's just, I had a loving home, but I'm still insecure about the fact that I don't really know my family. So really, it's some deep-set trauma that I just took out on those innocent children.
Jarlaxle doesn't know what to say right now.
He's got you there.
He
Still-
does, doesn't he?
But Lou, don't be a dick to kids.
Yeah, I'm getting better, actually living with a few of them. They're not so bad.
Either way, I'm going to have a busy couple of 10 days.
I'm not.
Good for you.
Oh, wait, am I? Are you gonna give me work now because I said that?
I very well could, actually.
You should,
need
a
some
nice-
training.
A nice late night vigil.
I was gonna do art incarnate stuff, so sorry. Busy.
Oh yes, I'm sure that takes priority over the clandestine organisation you've become part of.
Oh, I'm sure the Jaunty Brigand will come back eventually.
You might be
No.
busy.
Yeah, I'm too busy for that.
Which means Art Incarnate might be, going into a little bit of a hibernation, a hiatus period.
Well, he will after we're not in the city. That's obvious.
Well, either way, you're going to have a priority on learning your language.
Yeah, actually having some time for that. Yeah.
Maybe some sparring sessions. Work on your skill with the sword.
Ooh, didn't you say Felric was gonna teach me and Gaddix how to use a gun?
I did not say that.
But he didn't say no.
I mean, if Felric teaches us, we'll be good.
If Felric wants to teach you, he may do so. I am not giving anybody a gun right now.
Okay. I'll take the 5,000 gold. That actually was pretty
Okay,
much
I
good
can
enough.
I can make him one. You know.
Just so you all know, a rocket is going off because the sliding glass door is shaking. So a rocket is going off from the space center.
Neat.
It's cool. I wonder what they're putting up there.
I don't know.
Elon Musk is just putting more shit up there.
More jellyfish.
But right, so does anybody have any questions?
No.
So which
just
aunt
gonna
is
take
this,
some time
Horik?
off.
Was that sorry?
So which aunt is this? Have I met this one?
The one that came in the other time.
Gertrude, I believe.
She raised Lou.
Oh, that one.
No. Fucking no.
It's a good village. Everybody's very happy.
It's a lovely village. I'm not letting that woman near any formative youth.
I mean, but like she's gonna think they're like my siblings, so she's gonna love them way too much. It'll be great.
Fucking no! Okay, look, we're going to take them on the boat upwards to Luskin. They'll enjoy it. It'll be a new place to savor. Fresh experiences. They are not going into that fucking suffocating codlin experience.
I mean, they'd be so infinitely safe.
Then they come out of that afterwards fucking stunted. Not prepared for life anywhere.
I think I made it pretty good. I just got 2,000
Nope.
gold today.
Fucking
Jarlaxle
no.
is giving you a look, Lou.
It took a lot of work over over a small period of time.
Yeah, I did have 80 years.
All right, so I will start working on those arrangements. I will stress, yes, it is not the immediate priority. I have a lot of work to do right now, in a lot of different places, but within 10 days, I believe I'll be able to arrange for some passage and all the equipment you'll need, because last I checked, some of you can't, for instance, see in low light. And that might cause some issues.
Probably, aye.
And you're going to
Yeah.
need equipment for, rations, that sort of thing.
Probably a weird looking deer down there.
There's lots of interesting things down there, but
Ooh, aren't we looking for a potato down there?
Horik, you are looking for potatoes down there.
I was already making a list of things I need to buy once I get there. And in Luskin as well. I mean, I've got 3.
Well, is there anything else any of you need? Otherwise, I'll be taking my leave.
Yeah, I'm sure we can contact you if we need something. Just be sure to come visit, though. I mean,
If I can, I'll visit. If not, well, you do know how to reach me. At bare minimum, Kribbig will be popping by to discuss matters with Felrect if need be. Don't be surprised if you get... Yes. And don't be surprised, Lou, if you end up coming down to the boat a couple of times.
I'll be sure to be very stealthy.
I don't see why you'd have to.
Just be wrapped up before you get onto the boat. Simple.
Yeah, that's what I mean by stealthy. I'm just gonna be covered up and, sneaky.
And besides, I will be blunt, I don't think that, the disguise of Zord's ship will be unnoticed for very long. And that's fine. I have a feeling that Laeral is going to be paying far more attention. But it's also known that you're one of my boys, so it's fine.
Oh, true.
Yep, you're one of Jarlaxle's boys.
Jarlaxle does not look thrilled when you say that.
When do I get promoted from boy to lieutenant?
You are not a lieutenant yet.
I know, I'm a boy.
Boy.
You're a boy.
He pinches the bridge of his nose. You are one of my soldiers. You are one of my men.
Man is a strong word.
No, it's the applicable word. He is a full-grown man.
Yes. You should act like it.
I think I've done a pretty good job the last week.
I'm sure you're very different than Yuryuv.
Never had to kill anybody when I was a kid. Imagine that.
Either way, well, yes, Lou, you have done much better. Unless there is an important matter, I must be off.
At least we get to take away all the satisfaction Jarlaxle had.
Okay, have fun, Jarlaxle.
And he does take his leave, looking very tired now.
In just 30 seconds, we can break him down. It's like the best solvent in the world.
So you do have two 10 days of downtime. And we are well past time, but I figured we wanted to wrap this up.
Yeah, it is basically the ending of a module.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with going a little extra just to push the end.
Yeah, it would have been weird to split this up into two.
Yeah. The
What
next
do you mean?
session
Hollywood's
is going
been
to
doing
be...
that for years. Welcome to Waterdeep Dragonheist, the end, part 2.
Why do 2 when you can do 5?
Fucking Hobbit films, I swear to God.
So next session will be, please keep in mind whatever you want to do for your downtime.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make this pistol into a rifle, mount it on Kago.
But now to hit the button.